Hello, guys. How you doing? Hope all is well. Thank you very much for joining me here. Just, just, just get a bit of feedback here at the moment. Hang on. Righto. I'm real professional at this. Why 7:20? All right. Yep. I'm finally here. Got it all sorted now. Better turn the light on. Give me a bit better. Sorry, guys. As you can see, I'm real professional at this. That's looking better. Probably saw my dirty underarms. Anyway, we're here. Welcome, welcome. By all means, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us here tonight. As most of you are aware, G is taking the night off, so I've stepped in and thought I'd do a show for myself. It has been for a while. Has been a little while since I've done a show for myself, and I definitely need the practice to get back into the swing of things. Thanks. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it. So, started a little bit earlier than normal. I was playing around before with YouTube because, as most of you know, you can go live on YouTube from whatever platform you're using, whether it's your phone or computer or laptop or whatever. And there's also some settings in there which you can manipulate and bring into the software, which I tried doing. That's why there was another two live streams set up, and Paul jumped into one, G was in another one, so apologies for that, guys, for confusing the situation. I'm only using the single camera tonight because I'm waiting on a power supply for the DSLR camera, and I've got the battery, it'll run for a while, but having a power supply permanently in the DSLR will be able to have it on permanently, and I'll have more camera views. Now, I'm going to do that for when I get set up in the shed. Yes, the shed is coming, and the kit has actually arrived today, which I will show some photos very shortly. I'm also planning to add some more cameras, so I've got the, as most of you know, I've got the HDMI switcher. It's just out of view at the moment. It'll get my tongue right. Sorry, guys, I'm missing a bit of the chat here, but keep it going. I really enjoy it. I'll come back to it in a second. So yeah, I'll have multiple cameras and multiple angles, probably an overhead and a few other different views. I'm going to try and jam in as many camera views as I can possibly work out, just for the hell of it, and just to see if I can do it and if it's going to work. Most people might have one or two, maybe three cameras, maybe four at the most. G'day, Cody. Let's put Cody's message up here and say hello. Yeah, thanks for joining in, guys. I really do appreciate the support and love that you guys send, regardless of where you are. And thanks for taking the time to spend it with me. And G is in the house, but looks like he's doing a Truman Show and he's in the bath. Got a bath emoji there. Thanks, G. Hope you're having a nice earned break in the bath. I know you're always listening, and I don't think we'll ask for any photos. It'll be right. I'm sure we can imagine what's going on. Oh, it's not G. Sorry, I missed the chat here. It's Becky. Becky's in for a jump in the tub. Enjoy it, man. Yeah, a bit of Radox. Remember that commercial? That used to be all the go. All the go indeed. So, no further ado, and yeah, I've got an itchy nose. I shall bring up some photos of the shed kit. And because we've still got other stuff going on here as well. big things happening. So let's get this up and no, share screen, entire screen. There we go. Put that there. Put that there. Get this plonker out the way. Make it full size. There we go, folks. That's it. That's the shed, or the soon-to-be shed, new shed, which will be installed or erected on the concrete here. So it'll be a 9 by 12. Now, you may think there's not a lot of bits there, but there is. There's a hell of a lot of bits, and that will all go together. I'm waiting on a phone call from the installer to arrange a time to come out and start doing the work. Obviously, they have to fit it in with the other work they got going on to make everything fit nicely. So there's another view of it. You can also see in the foreground here the ground's a bit wet, and we've had a heap more rain since then. It is absolutely poured down here. Start of Thursday late evening, early Friday morning, and we had something like 150 mil of rain, or 6 inches. Well, that's what it seemed like anyway. Huge amount of rain. So the place is just starting to dry out, and hopefully I can do a bit of grass mowing tomorrow, because it's still fairly humid here, hence why I'm in a singlet, and the grass is growing like you wouldn't believe. So, and my grass, when you get that much rain and water, my grass will actually grow underwater. I've seen it done a few times, and it's just an absolute pain. I don't mind grass. We've got a lot less of it now, because we've gone out another 3 metres from the original shed pad, which you can see the 2 different colours. I'll zoom in, and that way you'll get a further. So you can see the 2 different colours from the old shed to the old shed pad to the new one, and we've also put down asphalt, recycled asphalt, which my work does, thankfully. So we brought it out another 4 metres and filled up an area which was quite low, and we're going to fill up even more. We're going to, once this container's out the way, which has got everything out of my shed, and that's the other thing, we got stuff stacked everywhere, all over the place. We haven't got that much. The wife and I are pretty good. We went through and cleaned it all up, got rid of things we didn't need, and oh my God, look at this plonker on screen. Crazy. Yeah, we got rid of a bunch of stuff. We're probably, just stuff we'd accumulated for ages, and we got rid of it. We streamlined, and but you still end up with a heap of stuff. The other thing is, most of you know, I just clocked over 10 years at my work, so that was pretty good. No, I didn't get anything. Some of the blokes in the paddock are asking, what are they going to do for you? What are they going to get for you? Yeah, nothing. Just you get to come back tomorrow. That's what you get. So, but no, look, admitting my work's pretty good. I got a pretty good job, and it has its lurks and perks. So we'll just go back to the shed again. This is how it arrived. It arrived on a truck. It was unloaded with the crane, and yeah. So except for one piece, the whole truck was my shed. So yeah, that arrived last Monday on the 12th. So that was great. That's one step closer, and then an installer, like I said before, an installer is going to be has been assigned to me, and will be contacting me next week. Yeah, Roger, it really has been a great job, because look, my work's pretty flexible. It has its times, as in you get a bit frustrated with things like any job, but it has its advantages, big advantages. So I had to go down the Port of Brisbane the other day, just switching gears a bit here, and we've got a dozer down the Port of Brisbane that I've got to go down and have a look at every so often. And while I was down there, yeah, Roger, absolutely, mate, and I'll be bringing you some photos when it gets built, progress photos, of course, and then of course that's when I'll get real serious and start doing live streams from the shed, out, moving stuff in and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to get it a bit more serious. Excuse me. Now, once again, like I said, I was down the Port of Brisbane the other day, and a ship being unloaded next door was this ship, and it's got a bunch of wind turbines on it. There had already been a bunch of pylons for wind turbines at the Port of Brisbane sitting there for a long time, but this one was sitting there, big ship with wind turbine blades on it. Pretty remarkable, really. They're huge. They're big ones. They are. I'll zoom in a bit just to give you a better idea. Obviously, the ship's pretty damn big. There goes some music, mobile music, and all those cars there. Those cars have been unloaded from the ships that come in and unload cars, from various manufacturers around the world. And there's some pretty big wind turbines. I don't know who they're for or who's putting them up, but they're just big and they're there. So it's good to see. Good to see this something different, not something you see every day. I mean, some people might. Some guy, So it looks like they were taking the ones off the front first, and plenty of other containers there. Port of Brisbane, you got trucks coming and going with containers all the time. It's pretty interesting place. Oh, there's a truck outside the front of our house. That's who we brought it through. Titan Sheds, garages and sheds. Been a good experience overall. Can't complain. We had one small issue, but that was really no fault through. Well, I suppose it was our fault because we weren't diligent enough. We engaged a contractor and we thought he was going to do the right thing by us, but it didn't happen. So never mind. You learn these lessons in life and you move on. So for those of you, let's start a little poll. Now it won't come up here on Restream, but it will come up on YouTube. So I've got YouTube open. I can do because I've got two screens, and so I'll just I'll add an option in here. I'm doing a poll. Let's get that right. And for you guys, you can vote on this. Now, this is a feature in YouTube which you can do. Those of you who up over the... so I'm going to start this poll, and you guys can vote on it if you like. You don't have to. It's a bit of a loaded question, really. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Oh, no, don't want to do that. In the meantime, as mentioned before from Roger, I hope everyone is having a good day. So basically, I've had a long weekend with having Friday off, but couldn't do anything. So just sat around on my buttocks doing nothing because it was just absolutely flogging down with rain. And I'm just going to some plonker. Yeah, I was going to like everything. You're going to go do stuff, but then you don't, and so I am going to run a little video while I go grab some water. Now, this video is from our club. Well, the other thing I did today too was install a water filter tap. We had a water filter system put in, and we thought that the plumber had, plumbed it in, and we were having filtered water, but we weren't. So, yeah. Anyway, dodgy plumber, dodgy builders. What do you do? Dodgy people all the time. So this is a video I made at our club some time ago. It goes for about 5.5 minutes. I'm just going to go grab a drink of water while this is playing. So just enjoy. Actually, I'll go see how little. Before we do that, let's go back over here. Oh, we've got 100. 2 minutes ago. Only 3 votes. Come on, people. Let's see some more votes. We've got to have some no's or maybes. We gave plenty of choices. Anyway, yeah, enjoy this video while I just go grab some water. And this is how the video is about a steam generating unit. It's how power used to be generated in small, in small factories when before the power grid was like it is today for a lot of people. So this is a video I made, and this is a steam generating unit. And even though it only runs for a short period of time, these things would run for a long time. And when you needed to supply power to a small factory or things like that. So I'll jump off screen and we'll full screen that, full screen there, full screen down here. Sorry, guys. I must have done something wrong. Unless it's my mic. When I mute my mic, it mutes the sound, but I don't think so. Let me just double check everything. Sorry about this. Okay, so share screen. Yeah, audio's on. It is fairly quiet. It's, believe it or not, it is fairly quiet when it's running. So I'll just leave my microphone on and we'll start again. Apologies, everyone. I'll take a leaf out of G's page. I'm always listening. So what they're looking at there is the RPM meter, which we'll have a close look at right now. Hi, this is Austin. So we're looking at about 350 RPM. Mightn't sound a lot, but when you've got something that big flying around, you can feel it pumping as well. Now, something like that, if you're in a factory, would be running all the time, constantly, and it may even run faster than that to generate the correct power needed to supply whatever you needed. One thing I have been watching lately is there's quite a lot of channels out there that are live streaming. Hang on a minute. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Here I am. There we go. We're back. I was wondering where I was at the moment. Oh, 100%. No maybes. Nobody said no. 5 votes. Thanks, everyone, for voting in the poll. And yes, I will be doing more. Yeah, some of the other channels I've been watching lately, just to see what they do, how they do it, how they interact with their audience and so on, is plane spotting. Now, that's fairly big. One set of guys, there's some guys here in Brisbane, guys and girls, I should say, that do live streams from Brisbane Airport. And they're pretty good content. What I'm really interested in, and they got some good videos. If you just go look at plane spotting Brisbane Airport, you'll see their channel come up. The guys that I was really surprised about is a guys called Sid Squad. Now they're down in Sydney, and they haven't done a live stream for a while. Now I don't know why. They've done some. Normally they do a night one. Let's see if I can find them. Normally they're usually doing lives in the afternoon or nighttime, but it's been like over a week, almost 2 weeks since they've done a live stream. However, the interesting thing is they get like on their live streams anywhere up to about 7,000 people watching live for just plane spotting. However, it is very entertaining. They've also got the ATC, the live ATC, which is the air traffic control in the background going, and that's pretty. It's pretty entertaining too to listen to the planes coming and going, talking to the pilots and air traffic control. So, tell you what. Now, if anyone wants to come and join, there's a link. You're most welcome to come and join if you want. You don't have to. No pressure. But yeah, I've been watching and subscribing to a number of channels that I normally don't watch or normally wouldn't have watched on a regular basis. But it's like I said, it's just interesting to see what other people are doing and how they're doing it is more the thing. So you can learn a lot by watching other channels and watching other channels outside of your interests, whether it be music like Mrs. Austin and others who are on the in our chats and on the show here regularly, um, or even Cody. I've watched some of Cody's videos, not all of them, but you know he provides a different aspect of something I never knew about, and I'm going to slowly educate myself on his fandom just to learn. So Mrs. Austin has taken up the challenge and is going to join us on screen here. Hello, hello.
Hi. I don't know
How
why
you?
my video is weird.
Yeah, it does look quite weird, doesn't it?
I'm gonna turn
Did
off
you
my
want?
camera real quick and see if it does it any better.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. Yeah, Roger. Cody does his videos very
Much
well.
better. Nope. No
No,
idea. You can
it's
hear
like
me, but my video's not playing. That's so
yeah,
weird.
yeah. Like you're just frozen in time there, Mrs. Austin.
Right? You can hear me though, right?
Absolutely perfectly clear.
I was gonna ask you if you had tried the vertical in that
The
video you had sent us,
which one was that? Can you just refresh me, please?
where they want you to do the vertical up and down, like uh like we use on
Oh,
TikTok and things like that.
right, right. No, I haven't. I haven't watched it yet. I just saw it there, and I thought I'd share it with us creators, which I thought
It's
we might.
very much. I don't know what's going on. Let me see.
You're right.
Maybe if I.
You can leave your camera off if you want,
All right.
or
I
you
don't
can
know
go,
what's going on with it.
or you can go right
I
out
mean,
and
I'm
come
not
back.
making an ugly face, but no, I know that we tried to do it when we did through Restream, and we were
Mm,
trying to do the stream on Ryan's Instagram as well,
yep.
and it was giving us some weird feedback. I know that TikTok, no matter what I do, I have to do it in that setting, and has
Mm,
to be in that landscape portrait, I guess you would call it. And it doesn't always want to work. It glitches out a bit on TikTok if my device is not already in the portrait setting. If the screen is sideways, it will throw all of the screen completely off.
mm.
Um, so
I-
I
Is
know
that
you
a
definitely have to start it that way.
right? Is that a new feature for TikTok? Do you think? And they're just trying
Not
to
TikTok, because that's the only way
no,
you can go. That's the only way
right?
you can go live on TikTok is through portrait. You can view all of the regular videos landscape like they do on YouTube. But I'm pretty sure the reason why they're trying to get people to do it the live in the portrait view is because Restream and a few of the other restreaming apps
Yep.
want you to do it in that way as well. You can't really cut it. I know that me and Ryan accidentally did a live that way the other day, and when we did on Restream, it showed nothing but a black screen the whole time we were talking. That's why I was going to ask you, because we did attempt it in the up and down
Mm-hmm.
right before you sent us that video, and we were blacked out screen the whole time. And like right
Right.
now I'm on my iPad, or not my iPad, I'm on my laptop,
Yep.
so it's not like I'm using anything. I'm not using my iPad or anything, which I usually do.
Mm.
Which again, I have to set it a certain way, and I have to set it that way before I hit go live, or it does kick us into that portrait. And again, when you go on Restream, it was giving us that choice anyway, because we
Right.
had Instagram linked to it, and Instagram will
Yep.
only go live in that portrait. So maybe that's the reason why my Restream's being weird right now. Is because it wants me to go in portrait and I can't, because I'm on on my laptop instead of my iPad. Because
Yep.
normally we use the iPad to do the Restream.
Yep. Do
It's a lot
you
easier to be close to us and move it around, and I can do my keyboard off to the side. I don't have to be right in front of the computer to do the messages, or
yep.
right in the chat. So I don't know. I'm a little
Yeah.
nervous because again the screen was completely black last time.
Mm. Do you have any other applications open when you do that? Generally
No, I
speaking,
don't.
yeah.
Well,
Generally
actually,
speaking,
I do, but the only one I have open is an app already on, like I downloaded onto the computer, and that would be the
right.
Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, because
Um,
sometimes some of the other apps, or if you have another page open or something, it
right,
can.
right. Yeah, I had
Uh,
to close the YouTube before I clicked
yeah,
enter.
yeah,
The other thing that was
yeah.
weird was I saw me and Ryan the whole time. We were actually shuffling around to make sure we were in view the whole time. We were sitting on top of each other because in
Yep.
portrait, you got to be pretty far away. So that would definitely be good for the external mic, the little clip on mics that you got,
Hmm.
which I've seen most people using. It's a lot easier to do an interview with that. It's kind of in your hand so that
Yep.
you're not, with a big microphone and feeling a little intimidated.
Mm.
We've
Which
been looking at a few
which mic?
things.
Yeah, sorry. Which microphone are you using now? Because your audio sounds absolutely beautifully clear.
I'm not. I'm actually just using my MacBook.
Right.
I,
Yeah.
I
No.
was gonna. Me and Ryan are tomorrow. We're gonna use my microphone and
Mm,
my music box because when we do the smoke break podcast tomorrow, the
yep.
kiddos will be gone for their 24-hour visit, overnight visit. So
Cool.
we're gonna actually go set up. I want to go sit somewhere in nature, but it's
Yep.
kind of raining, so we've got to find somewhere in nature that we can kind of hide up underneath something, but at the same time have Wi-Fi. So I'm
Yeah.
not exactly sure where we're planning on going because
Well,
Wi-Fi
hopefully,
spotty.
yeah. Hopefully, it'll clear up maybe in time for your smoke break.
Yes, yes. Well, we've just been. It's crazy. This trying to be spring. It's like spring and wolves' clothing around here. Being that it's nice and warm, the flowers are pollinating, the trees are pollinating, and now we're having like freezing rain outside. So a lot of the fruit, I can tell you now, a lot of our fruit trees are not gonna they're not gonna ripen right. They're gonna rot out before because a lot of bugs are climbing in right now trying to
Yep.
because
Yep.
they've got nice little starts, already
Hmm.
out there from 3 or 4 weeks of nice weather.
Yep.
And then the rain's going to come and then it's going to water them and they're going to get bigger. And yeah, we're not going to have a lot of fruit in the backyard. But it doesn't help the sogginess of the ground. And I know that you or guys are having the same type of issue. It's kind of hard. You can't drain where we're at because we're on a riverbed. So
Yep.
it's not like you can put in French drains. You'll start a big, you'll have a, what are they called? You'll have a cave in, try to put in a French drain and you'll walk out and it'll be a pool size hole in the ground. So it's not like we could do something like that around here, but yeah, we're just gonna try and go somewhere. Ryan's got to work on Sunday for a few hours, so we're just gonna try and go do something on Sunday or Saturday for our day off. And I don't know, but the fact that I'm gonna say we saw ourselves the whole time. So it wasn't showing us that it wasn't on. And when I clicked in to restream as my backup camera, it showed us on the backup camera. And I'm not sure if Roger was in our chat. I think Roger might have been in our chat, but we didn't notice until I went in to watch it after it had uploaded, and it was all black.
Yeah.
I was like, are you kidding me? We sat on top of each other to make sure that we were in screen the whole time. So I told them this time we're gonna set it up. I'm gonna go on YouTube. I'm gonna make sure everything's good because it did the countdown, but when it started up, we weren't there. I
Yeah.
was like,
Right.
that's just strange.
That is
I'm
crazy,
not
isn't it?
exactly sure. Yeah, and I don't know if it was because of the settings on my iPad's different than on my MacBook, and it's just
It shouldn't.
competing with itself.
Well, it shouldn't really matter if it's set up to go live, regardless
Mm-hmm.
of the device or platform. Um,
See, Roger, yeah,
uh,
Roger says all he saw was a blank
yeah.
screen. See, that's still not working. I
No.
think it might have something to do with this. I'm gonna have to go. I don't even know what to look at right now. I really don't.
So you got nothing.
Oh,
Have you got good strength Wi-Fi at the moment?
yeah, I'm sitting right next to it.
Right.
I'm the only one on. I
Um,
think I figured it out. Nope,
no.
nope, nope.
You
I thought
in
maybe
that.
I had the definition up too high because
Yeah.
you have to pay for it a certain amount.
Yeah. Well, you should be able to do 720 with no problems.
Yeah, that's what it was on right now. But I was like, maybe if I change it to 480, it'll change it.
You look in
I'm
that
trying
photo,
not to mirror.
when you come up on screen, you
Hmm.
you remind me of Tom DeLonge from Blink 182.
Thank you. That's that's a that's a compliment as far as I'm concerned. I was singing some alternative stuff yesterday and giggling because I've been singing quite a bit on TikTok lately. And Valentine's Day I did 3 lives for a
How,
total of like 2.5 hours.
how
But
did they
lately I've
go?
been doing about 2.5 hours on TikTok, and it's getting much easier for me to be
Mm,
singing.
mm,
Still a bit strange to sing with other people. And people are
that's
like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "I can sit up there and sing by myself because I can forget what I'm doing and just sing." Because there's nobody up there for me. I feel like I need to entertain. And when I do, when somebody does pop on the screen with me, I just stop singing and just start talking. So I'm like, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of just here to practice singing and getting used to having people pop in and out. And
And do you get many people on your live streams? Thanks, Becky,
so,
for coming in and supporting and being here. You have a good night.
night, Becky. I try to have people on. Um,
Mm.
it's it's a bit like YouTube. You could see the numbers, but if they don't want to be seen, um, they can they can hide. They can not necessarily like you'll have a high number, so there's not many people in the room. But on TikTok, they can go incognito, and
Yep.
so they can hide their presence. And the only way that you kind of know that they're there is if they pop in and out of the live on accident.
Hmm.
Um, but no, the number on the top of the screen will be three, maybe four, maybe
Yep.
five, and there'll be 391 people had come through and watched it for at least a minute.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So I'm like,
We had I had like 8 here before at the maximum, and now we're down to half that. We're down to 4, which
yeah,
fair enough. Not everyone can stay and be here all the time,
yeah,
um, and I appreciate the people who come in and support what we do. But I'm like I said before, I'm curious to see how other people do their stuff, do their live streams, and what they
hmm,
do, all that sort of thing. I'm really interested in the technical side of things because I'm going through that right now, as in, how do I make it better? What do I do to improve? All that sort of
yeah.
stuff. So, talking talking on screen, doing this right now, I don't have a problem with. I quite
Oh,
enjoy it actually. Having you
Becky,
here is.
Becky meant he was out of the shower. He was out of the bath. He's not leaving us.
All right, thanks.
You enjoy your lamb shake. That sounds yummy.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah,
absolutely.
I was just wondering if you had tried it yet.
No,
Simply because I
it's
know we can preview live. I guess through Restream you can test live on
yeah,
Restream. Just you can also do that on TikTok. I think Restream might be secretly owned by TikTok or YouTube or
oh,
one of those. I think they saw a need. I think they saw a need and kind of, slid in there and went, hey, if we do everything no one else is doing, which is again, it's the TikTok, it's the Twitch, it's putting all of those together that StreamYard was kind of slowly doing, adding those I guess it's pre set OEM keys,
yeah.
the serial keys you need to
Um,
go in and out.
Chroma keys or something they call it. I've
Yeah,
heard that
yeah.
talked about. I haven't dived into that in any big way. You know,
I just know all that from using Zoom back in the day
yeah,
when you had to okay, well, I need you to do this on Zoom and have it streamed to YouTube privately and then share the key password so I can watch it. And I'd be like, okay, for school or something.
yep, yep.
So that's how I know how to do that stuff with Zoom. But no, it's Restream is a whole different. whole different thing, and you have to reset those keys every time.
Mm.
And so if you want to go to Instagram, TikTok, there's another one. If you want to stream in that portrait, what was the other one I was looking at? There's another. I think it's another streaming service social media app like TikTok.
Yeah.
I just can't think of it right.
Oh, look, there's a bunch out there, and
Yeah,
at the end,
some of those I've never even heard of.
yeah, at the end of the day, they basically do all the same thing. Just everyone does it probably a little bit different, or a few different features, bells and whistles, all that sort of thing. And that
Right.
sort of thing is going to happen all the time. It's just, I suppose, it's just like using Windows or using Apple or iPhone or Android, or at the end of the day, for us consumers, for what we're doing now, they all do the same thing. It's just the bells and whistles that make the difference.
Oh look, nope.
No,
I,
no, it's
I I
cool.
paused it. I paused my camera. I reset it through my computer, and still no.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, that's just
Yeah,
annoying.
yeah,
No, I'm definitely using my iPad tomorrow. I don't even want to mess with that.
yeah,
I don't want
yeah.
to mess with that at this point
You
because I'm pretty
can
sure it has to do with something in my system. It's blocking
i-
Restream from using the camera.
if you what browser are you using?
Safari, because it's the one that comes with my stinking laptop.
Right.
So I'll
Okay.
probably
So
need to
yeah.
download
Okay.
a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm surprised that I
Oh,
think
I
you
think I
can.
know why.
You haven't given it
I think
permission.
I think it's
I'm
Messenger.
I'm
I think
using, yeah,
Messenger is using my camera.
yeah, yeah. That's
I
why
just
I asked
closed it.
about
So let's see.
Apple closed it,
Nope. I closed it and
or
it's still
actually
no.
quit. Yeah, but closing it and quitting are two totally different things. If you close it,
Yeah,
it's
with a
still running
Mac,
in
I
the
have to go
background.
in
You
and
actually
completely
have to,
quit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
It's got to be something else that's using
because
it.
Roger had pizza tonight. Good on you, mate. Nice and
I'm
spicy one.
craving it because we got to go out of town to have it because I don't
Yeah,
after I'm done making pizza, I don't want to eat it because it takes a minute and by then my hands are tired.
yeah.
So I'm like, no, I don't want to do. I don't want to even eat
Um,
it.
so
What
what
do you mean by
I'm
spicy,
using
Roger?
Chrome.
Are you?
Maybe you put jalapenos on it.
Ooh.
Um,
Well, because don't you guys have
I'm
spicy
I'm
sausage?
using, yeah, yeah. I'm sure we do. But usually, if they want to make it spicy, you get jalapenos on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Spice it up. That's, yeah. I'm using Chrome to do
Mm-hmm.
this through my computer. So maybe you might have to put Chrome on your MacBook
Yeah,
to
because
do
I
your
don't have
restream
any other
through.
one than Safari, and that definitely might be what it is.
Yeah, I think so. I think so
That or it
because
could possibly
when
need
I
to be updated, right? Because it's doing
um,
audio just fine. You'd think it probably wouldn't
yeah,
let it work
audio
at
is
all, right?
perfect. Yeah. Um, Sometimes Roger had the spicy Mexican pizza. Who was?
Ooh,
Where'd you get it from, Roger? Come on, spill the beans. Was it a Domino's or somebody else? Um,
gee.
look at good
Okay,
on
so
you,
we have a
good on you, G.
we have a taco pizza here, and it's
Right.
even got lettuce and tomato they put on top of it, but it's got refried beans, and then it's got the meat, hamburger meat, like you're having a taco, and then they put um I don't want to say salsa, but it's very much a taco. It's like it's it's if they didn't put the refried beans and just put like sliced cheese on it, it'd look like a
Mm,
pizza, our burger pizza, with the lettuce and
yep.
with all the vegetables. But yeah, that's what they call. We don't call it a Mexican pizza. They call it a taco pizza. It's really funny to me.
Right.
I'm going. I would rather put pizza in a taco.
pizza in a taco. Now that's something I've never tried.
That's something I'd rather have that than a pizza taste that was like had taco stuff on it. I'd rather have a taco that had pizza stuff in it. If that makes any sense.
There we,
Ooh, those
there
deep
we go.
dish, man. Those are my favorite. But I grew up.
Yeah,
Our local pizza spot had New York style pizza, which is a very very
mm,
thin bottom and a very big bubbly crust with 100% mozzarella. That like you get more grease off the top of the cheese than you do the actual pizza sauce. Pizza the Hut, right? Just scoot your head
I
back a little so your face is sticking out of the pizzas.
yeah. For some reason, oh god, for some reason, I have an itchy nose tonight, and I don't know why. I keep, oh, it's driving me crazy. Maybe I'm just nervous, but
They say that's a sign of good fortune.
is it?
Yeah, when your hand itches and your nose itches, it
I
means
better go buy
it
a
means
lottery
someone's
ticket.
coming to visit.
Lottery ticket.
When you scratch your hand, it's money. Money's coming. But when you scratch your nose, it means someone's coming to visit or hut
Right.
the pizza.
Well, I don't know who's. Maybe I didn't have the pizza. Yeah, I notice I tend to do it more when I'm live streaming, because I know I do it on G when
Brad.
G does the live stream.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad, thanks, man, for joining in. Hopefully, you didn't get stuck behind any wind turbines tonight on your way home.
Have you switched out?
Thanks
Have
for
you used
joining
it? Are
in.
you starting to use a different light?
How do you? No, I just.
No.
Uh,
Oh God. I think my foot would be
he's
itching
probably.
if that was happening.
You, oh my
I get
god,
an itchy foot.
that's a good
Yeah.
one too.
My boot's about to
Um,
fly off.
no, so I have turned the screen brightness up, so I've
Yeah.
got the other screen showing light on this side on my left side,
Yeah.
and I've got the other light on the right side. So
Brad says he was out west today.
yes, out west today, right? Cool, Brad. We're doing all right. Miss G's taken the night off, even though he's in the chat. He's joined us in the chat. He's not on screen tonight, but that's okay. I took the reins and jumped in, and Mrs. Austin has come in
Ask some
recently.
tech questions.
Hey, well, that's what we're here for. That's what we've got to do. That new feature on YouTube, I'm going to have to give a go.
I think it'd be
I,
good for the reels or the shorts,
mm,
that they want you to do. I
yep,
think that's what they're trying to, because they're trying to do reels like Instagram and pull it in there.
yeah. I,
So I know that
I'll turn a
it's
kangaroo.
still they're still trying to get everybody to
Yeah.
use that. I know I read that too. That's funny. See, I always thought Domino's pizza
No,
the pepperoni was spicy, like extra spicy. I don't know if
right.
that's me or not.
Well, it
It
might be for
always
you guys over there.
Yeah, it always
Um,
seemed to be
I,
because
I,
it's supposed to be like Italian sausage too, and it's just
mm,
like it was
mm.
I don't know if it was just the Italian sausage, like Sicilian Italian sausage it is a bit spicier, so just like Portuguese
All right,
sausage is a bit spicier.
just for G, I'll go and eat the chip. Hang on, I'll be back.
That pizza does look really really good though. I'm nervous. Oh, look at that back one. Does that look like pineapple, guys? I think that back one in the middle might have pineapple on it. Oh no. It sucks I can't click on that and show it for you. So when it came back, you see that. Yes, Brad, a death chip.
Um, the death chip. Well, we've got the
Don't start me on a pineapple. He's
pineapple
getting
on
the
a pizza,
milk.
definitely. Yeah. Here we go. Look, we got the Doritos.
Oh yeah.
Doritos,
Is that the taco
nothing,
spicy
nothing
ones? Yeah.
special. Nacho cheese. It's just,
Ooh.
we get it in a variety box. So
Yes.
they're good for us, because you don't have too many, and they're good for the grandkids when they're here too.
Yeah. Yeah. We opened a bag of Mark's Food Talk. We opened we opened a
No, I'll
we
be.
opened a
Hey,
bag of
I'm
chips
Mark,
two or
and
three
I'm
days ago, and
crazy
they already went
hungry.
bad.
Let's eat the chip.
Yeah.
Nom,
Yeah.
nom,
Eat it, get it done.
nom.
Oh, good God. The thought of that being one of those one chip thingies. Like, I'm okay. The thought of watching that dude need an EpiPen just to eat one. Oh, no. And he said, like, since he
Um,
did the first two chips, he's had to use an EpiPen now because the second chip almost
yeah,
put him in the
right.
hospital. And he's like, I wasn't allergic to stuff like this before, and now I am. So,
Oh my God.
what are
Yeah, that's
jumpies?
crazy, isn't it? I have no idea. Becky, what are jumpies? Or gummies?
Can
Not gummies.
can you guys just buy dill
There's
pickles chips anywhere? Because I got to go to like three.
probably.
I got to go to three certain stores to be able to get dill pickle chips.
G might be able to answer that one.
Ooh, are they? Do they have
Jumpies
like
are the
flavors?
kangaroo puff chips.
Are they just cheesy, or do they have like cinnamon and sugar and all those kinds?
I
Gotta love it when they do different
haven't heard of
flavors.
those. I haven't heard of
Jumpies. That
those,
makes
Brad.
sense.
Would they be IGA or Drake's or something like that?
Ooh, salt and
I
vinegar is
haven't
my
seen them
favorite.
in. Okay, it's a little kangaroo chip flavored, plain in salt and vinegar.
That's too cute.
Cool.
Puff chips in the shape of little kangaroos.
Chips in the shape of kangaroos. Righto. Cool. Puff
I love that
chips.
you guys like
Oh,
chicken flavored stuff. Because we only
I'm,
have, I want to
I'm
say we
not
only have
me.
like chicken in a basket, I believe is what it's called. And it's just like
Yeah,
a water cracker type, you know, biscuit that you guys would call it. And it's
yeah.
that's all we have chicken flavored, I believe. I don't think thinking through. My kids love them. Thinking through. Brad says all leading retailers. That's crazy.
Oh, what? No, Stylesy, come on, man. Turkish Delights. Jeez, you're letting the team down.
We're gonna have to
It's
send
been
him
ages.
a box of 360. He'll take 5 days off, but he can have a Turkish delight every day, huh? Send him a big old box. You're not allowed to have them on 5 certain days. Oh, he sent it to the chat.
Send it to the chat. Yeah, I
Oh,
was
those are
just looking
adorable.
that up. Oh, righto.
That's adorable.
Jumpies. Oh, righto. Okay. Righto. I'll look out for them now.
Oh, you can get nice little
That's for
packs of
sure.
them
Oh,
too.
my God. Sorry, guys. I just got an itchy nose like you wouldn't believe. Jumpies, jump. Oh,
Oh, you sent a
scroll,
picture of what they look like when
scrolling.
they're adorable. So they're similar to like our goldfish that everybody likes, the little goldfish cracker. So it's the shape of a
Oh,
kangaroo.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
adorable.
Right.
Little
Yep.
puffy. So it's more like it's like a puff cracker. Not like I was thinking like a Cheeto, like a puff Cheeto.
Probably get them in all different. Um,
Because they look more like a
yeah,
crunchy
right.
cracker, not a.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Hang on. I'll bring it up on screen. Just let me. Just let me. There we go. I'll just bring this over. Hang on a second.
And I was wrong about that Aldi's in San Francisco. I'm gonna have to go all the way to Clovis, California, which is right near where I was born and raised, to be able to go. Yeah, they look more
There we go.
like a cracker. Like, well, that's what you guys would call a biscuit. They look more crunchy than they
Oh,
do. I don't know how to explain what I mean. Do you guys have Cheeto puffs? You know what I'm talking about, right? Things that look
yeah,
like
yeah.
packing
We have.
peanuts.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yeah, we
That's
have
what I
those.
thought.
Yeah, we
I
got
thought
Cheetos.
when he said puffs, so I assumed that. But puffs obviously it's got air in the middle of it. That would be why it's called a puff.
Right. I
I love
smashed
that
up
you
a
guys are
handful of
literal
Doritos
about your
and
stuff, and we are not.
mixed into meatballs. Probably the best ever I accomplished.
Oh yeah,
Okay. How did you cook them, Brad? What did you do?
like adding it like you would the breadcrumbs to a meatball. Because
Oh, righto. So,
Ryan uses the original Lay's potato chips, so just the regular salty plain potato chip. He crushes those up, and he'll use that to coat the chicken and make fried chicken with them instead of using the panko breadcrumbs and all that. But
right.
yeah,
So it
that
gives
sounds
it
really
what?
good.
Gives it a more crunchy flavour, or
I'm guessing it. I'm guessing it does. The consistency would be more of a crunch, and obviously a little cheesy or whatever flavor he used for the Doritos.
yeah, yeah.
I think it also helps
No,
like
no.
with
Okay.
keeping it moist because a Dorito wouldn't necessarily fall apart like bread would once it got soaked up by the meat juice. He said a Dorito
Yep.
flavor.
A Dorito flavour, of course. Depending on how much you use. Here, have a look at this. These are those. These are those. What's her names, Mrs. Austin? Here we go. Oh, no, there we go. Let's zoom in. So they're like a puffed.
Yeah,
It's making
yeah.
it
Like
smaller.
they put a little
They're
air in
like
them.
a
Yeah,
yeah. They're like a puffed chip. So
yeah. They look
you can
pretty
make
pregnant.
anything. Mm,
Looks nice, fat and
yeah,
sassy kangaroos there.
I'll have to look for them.
I I
Yum.
definitely do. I definitely do like it. I believe Ryan might have done the chicken fried chicken strips. Fried chicken with the boneless chicken with the Doritos once too.
Mm,
Yeah, yeah, that makes more sense. So it's gonna have a crunch like the regular Dorito would be. I'm guessing. Yeah, more like a. I don't know. We have Cheez-Its too that are a little puffy. You know, they sell them now, the puffed up ones, but they're like a regular square biscuit. You just puff it up like the kangaroo one. So, and they got the
yep.
crazy flavors. Like the jalapeno and cheddar jack mixed boxes, and then they got the what is the one that my kid likes? It's like which one is the one that they like? I think it's the cheddar jack and the Monterey flavored ones. Oh, white cheddar, the white cheddar and the cheddar jack box mixed
Mm,
together, so you get a little bit of both flavors in it.
yep. Yep.
Definitely like those ones. I think if
I'll get the
I think
wire
if they
brush
started
on the end of
making
my nose, and
right, I think I like the
it's just driving me crazy.
oh I don't I could not willfully try anything wasabi flavored. Oh, my mouth is burning right
Now,
now.
uh, so wasabi is pretty hot, is it?
Uh huh. Yes, very little goes a long
Right.
way. Very very little.
Right. Right.
Yes,
Chicken and bacon. Yeah.
cheese and bacon.
Well, the old for me pizza. The old pizza shapes. They're the best. They got the best flavour for me. Do you have Arnott's shapes?
No,
Where
we don't.
you don't.
I'm pretty sure that
Okay.
I could. I'm like I said. There's an Aldi's, but Aldi's from where I'm
Yep.
at, the closest one's going to be 900 miles. So times that by 2.2, so
Yeah.
1,800 kilometers to go drive all the way to an Aldi's. And then my sister, I guess there's one down where my mom lives too, and she's like, it's the most affordable place to buy vegetables. And I was like, yeah, Mom, but I hear like the ready-made food packs are pretty expensive. And she was like, well, no, it's just as expensive if you were to go out and eat at a restaurant. Well, around there, you go out to eat at a restaurant. Down there, you're going to pay, about a quarter more than you would pay, here.
Yeah.
And I'm
So,
going,
so
okay,
these are
yes, English mustard.
so
Yes, horseradish. Yes. Oh, now my
so
nose is
these
itching.
are so I've started. So these are the original barbecue shapes. They're the best, absolute best as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
the naked vlogger showed me those, and they look like pizza. The barbecue ones, they look
Right.
like pizza flavored to me. Like, that looks like pizza sauce more than it did barbecue sauce.
So
I swear, we've said his name enough times. We're just willing him to come here.
yeah,
I think that's why all of our noses are
yeah,
itching.
no, yeah. We shouldn't keep. I know we want to, but we shouldn't keep mentioning.
I know. I know.
Uh,
I think. I think that if I were to get shapes, I think the easiest way for me to get shapes would go to the East Coast because they do get a lot
yeah,
of. That's. I wonder if
we
that's because of
we should,
the state, or if it's because there's markets around that they wouldn't outsell. So what's the point?
yeah. Getting a little chemical feeling in the mouth, right?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
understand.
right.
It's almost like it. I think it's. I think if you get it made fresh, it's different. But when you eat it out of the tubes, it definitely you get that. You get that plastic, like it ate through the plastic.
It's like Beetlejuice. Yeah, we got to stop mentioning his name, otherwise, Oh well.
See, and I do. See, Roger said that the Aldi's in New South Wales sells it. So, like I said, I
Oh,
wonder if it's
okay.
because they wouldn't make much money. Ooh, look at that!
Oh,
You
I
can
don't
win
think
it.
so.
You can win a PlayStation. Is that
Yeah,
what that is? Or is that an Xbox? Oh, it's an
that's what
Xbox.
it is.
Oh, that's why Becky said it. That's an
Uh,
Xbox.
yeah, I wonder about these competitions sometimes. I know there's people who do these competitions all the time and they win all this great stuff, but you
What
gotta
drives me
you
nuts is
gotta
if you read
consider.
that box, you just go to a website and you can sign up every day for that website. You don't have to buy the
Yeah,
box. And I don't think a lot of people realize that the people who end up winning those things are people who just go to the website, get an email that they're doing something, and they go in, and then it's like you click on a little thing for a raffle ticket every day. See, that makes sense. That makes
yeah,
sense.
mm, yeah.
We've got
But
things
look,
called liquor license here, and if there's
yep.
five, I believe five for the county, and there's three bars in the biggest town over, and there's another bar in one other town, and then there's another bar in the town further than that. So there's five bars down the highway, but you can do the what is it called? You can do like a consumption lounge where you can have wine and spirits while you're eating, at a restaurant. But it closes at a
Oh,
certain
okay,
time,
yep.
and you can't stay open past 11 o'clock, I believe, or midnight. Selling alcohol. And I know that there's a, I mean, there's an outlet store. I'm online. Okay, there's an outlet store um, that people travel to states from to purchase a bunch because it's so much cheaper to drive down two states and purchase out of California. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, you guys go that far for In and Out. We do too, though. Or not In and Out, but like Five Guys or
Yeah.
something. You guys.
Well,
Yes,
with
you can
with
go
the
in a gas
alcohol,
station.
um, here in Queensland now, going back 30 odd years ago in 1994
Yeah.
when I went overseas, we were in France, and you walked into a store there, and they had bottles of wine that you would buy. You'd buy some groceries and you'd pick up a bottle of wine and
Yeah.
go home and have your bottle of wine, and that was a bit that would to us that was foreign. We just
Yeah.
didn't see that. But now here in Australia, now I'm probably a bit out of. There's our pubs don't can't open till 10 a.m. and they close at whatever certain time, 2 a.m. or whatever it is now. But the shopping centre that's close to me, or small shopping village, which has got a Woolworths major chain, right next to it is a BWS, beer, wine, and spirits, which is part of Woolworths, and they open at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thanks, Brad. It's 4 a.m. that the pubs and clubs close. Um, so, and of course, in the pubs and clubs, they have the pokies where they make a lot of their money. Um, so even though you're not buying alcohol inside the actual shop like Coles or Woolworths, you've still got say a liquor store right next door to it, which you can go and buy your alcohol or your liquor, on your way home. So who's this? They close before midnight. You're not allowed to consume on property. We have three different licenses in the U. Oh, that's you, Miss Austin. Right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was just that's a lot. I'm like it's a lot, but like you were saying, you could do it at at the bar where you said they do pokey, so that would be considered casinos for us because we're not allowed to just play gambling type things in a bar. You're not allowed to like if you get caught playing having like a poker night in a bar and it's not a private party where the bar is bought out, no one else is allowed to come in. You could get in a lot of trouble because you're not allowed to gamble where
Yep.
there's alcohol and tobacco. Um, so
well, that's totally opposite to us because that's what a lot of our pubs and clubs are.
yeah,
Um, you go and have a meal. You can buy alcohol there, um, and then you can go and play the pokies. You've got Keno going at the same time. Um, it's yeah,
yeah.
it's
Oh, now you can walk into a
but
casino, buy cigarettes, and mind you, they're tribal cigarettes, so you're paying a third of the price. So you out of a
right,
$20 bill, $20 bill here, $4 or $5 bills make a $20 bill. So they charge you $5 for the pack, so they know you're going to go spend that other 15 in the machines, because they'll as long
yep,
as you're
yep,
sitting and playing, they'll feed you alcohol for free.
right, right,
Yeah. And I mean, I
yep,
don't mean like a full giant glass. I mean, you're getting probably two or three drinks out of one. But if you're there for six
yep,
hours
yep.
and you have $200 in your pocket, you're definitely getting way more wasted than you would if you went to a bar with $200
Mm.
because
Well,
they're going to charge you three
my
times.
when I was in America in '94, we did Vegas and a bunch of other places around, and I actually got challenged. I wasn't even drinking alcohol, but I
Yeah.
went to get like a Coke or something like that, and one of the bartenders comes up to me and leans over and says, "Are you 21?" And I said, "Like I'm 25, mate." It's hilarious. But the thing that spun me out, or spun most of us out, was kids could walk through the casinos,
Yes.
and yet here in Australia, if you're not over 18, you cannot go into the casino under no circumstances. It's just not on. And so that was, it's those little culture shock things that you learn when you go overseas and you interact with people. I mean, look, I loved our time in America. I
Yeah.
really wish we could have spent more time there, but you know, um, it was one of those things. I've been there, done it, seen some parts of it, not all parts, but the parts I've seen, the people we interacted with were just fine.
That's so funny. When I was four, my parents, our car broke down. We were waiting for it to get fixed in Reno, California. And my dad walked us into the oldest casino in Reno. Still, I still believe it's open. Um, and when you first walk in the door, to the right is a bar. To the left is what you would consider like a karaoke spot, like a DJ spot. So if you wanted him to play a song, at one point it was like a mini little stage where a three-piece band could sit and play. Um, but as soon as you walked in, right in front of you, there's this big oversized machine, with the pull handle. It's a $5 machine, and behind that was a row of quarter or dollar machines, and then on the wall was quarter machines, and you had to go walk into the back room to play anything cheaper than a quarter. And mind you, back then that was considered the high rollers room because everything else was a penny, a nickel, a dime, or a dollar table,
Yep.
stuff like that. So this was considered high roller. You had to have good money to walk in here. They're known for those tall margarita type things you saw everybody walking around with in Vegas. Those drinks came from that place in Reno. That's how Vegas took that idea and then blew up with it. But I was 4. My mom and my dad were arguing because my dad was down about $4,000, and he had a
Holy.
we had my foster dad was a big gambler. As a truck driver, he said that's your only hobby, and I said bullshit, bull crap. That's your only hobby, but he'd stop and he knew every casino there was from here to Oklahoma and back, and then all the way to the East Coast. He could tell you what back roads to take and how you'd find mom and pop casinos back in certain states. But we were in there, and my dad's at the machine, and he's losing and he's losing, and my mom's getting mad, and my mom's holding my little sister, her hand, and I'm standing next to my dad, and my dad gets up from the machine, and I keep going to grab the handle. He's like, "Don't touch it," and I would go to grab it. He's like, "Don't touch it," and I'd go to grab it, and he goes, "Don't touch it." Well, he got up, arguing with my mom, turned his back, and he's telling my mom, "Just let me finish off this $200," and all of a sudden you hear the jackpot going off behind him. My dad freaks out because he's about a foot away from the machine. He freaks out, and I'm standing there with my head down because I had pulled the handle. Won my dad $16,000. My mom stopped bitching. He grabbed the buckets, grabbed all the money, shoved. My mom grabbed me and my sister and drug us out of the casino. And my dad's just standing there going, I'm lucky, trying to get out of there before security rewatches the cameras because they're heading back to the back to find out what happened because they heard my mom and dad arguing, but they couldn't see. And they definitely couldn't see me because I was short. All they knew is my dad was playing that game, and I pulled the handle. And no, my mom and my dad, they didn't. I thought I was going to get in so much trouble. I thought that's why they were dragging us out of there. I'm like, oh no, I touched the machine. My dad told me not to, kept telling me no. But I learned right then and there how lucky I was. So every time my dad would take us out of town through the state of Oregon, which is right over the hill from us, every time my dad would go take us on a family trip, we'd go up and through Washington to go see my sister. And on our way back, my dad would hit every casino that had a restaurant in it. And he would tell my mom, I'm taking her to the bathroom. And my mom goes, don't you dare get caught. Because right next to the bathrooms are the casino, or the games. Every time my dad put $100 machine in a $5 machine, he'd walk out with $1,200. So my dad would smile and hold my hand and tell everybody, this is my lucky charm. So I mean, I go to bingo with old ladies, and I'll tell them I'm lucky. I'm not lucky myself, but I'm a lucky charm. Like just sitting here, sitting next to you, you're gonna win money. And the lady goes, nah. And I said, here, I'll pay for myself. $150. I'll pay for myself. I'll go play bingo. I'll maybe win what I paid, maybe double it. That's about it, though, as far as my luck goes. But I guarantee whoever's in that car with us is going to go home with the jackpot for at least one, if not two. And yeah, they drugged me to go play bingo with them 3 times because every time we went, and they started paying for me to go. But every time I went with them, they'd win at least 1 or 2 bingos. And the highest bingos were $1,000 a pot. So you mean for you guys, it's almost 2,500.
Yeah, yeah.
So they were more than happy to take me when all they had to do was pay 150, which would be about 280, 300 for you guys. Yeah, they were more than happy to take me to bingo. I tell people all the time, if I go to the casino with you, you'll win. And they're like, what are you talking about? Ryan didn't believe me either. I was upstairs just laying down, and I came down. He was already down 300. I only gave him 200 to play, so he's freaking out when I came down. And he hit a jackpot, and we walked out of there with 750. He was like, "You really are lucky." I said, "I told you, but mind you, I gotta waste $20. I gotta go over to a machine, and I gotta put $20 into a machine, and I gotta let it take all my luck, like all my bad luck, and then I can just walk around with you." My sister used to take me. She'd take her $4,000 check and blow it because I wouldn't go with her, and then the next weekend she'd make me, or the next time she got paid, she'd make me go with her. And my sister walked out of there 12,000 one time off a $4,000 check. And
Wow.
another time she hit a jackpot on a dollar machine. She bet $25 and walked out of there with 6,000 off that machine. Yeah. My sister, when I hit 21, she was more than happy to take me because I'd get drunk and then I wouldn't make her leave. So every time she'd win, they'd come and swarm her with drinks and then she'd just give them to me because she was driving. So I would be over there drunk as all hell and my sister'd be winning and she'd be like, push your button. I'm like, oh yeah, because if I don't push my button, they're going to kick me out because I'm drunk. So they're like, push your button. I'm like, okay, push my button. And then just get drunk. Yeah, that was my 20s. Didn't have to spend a lot of money to get drunk back then. But yeah,
Well,
I don't. Ryan, that's we for our honeymoon. We hit 3 casinos, and our honeymoon altogether cost about $1,800. We hit 5 cities, 4 casinos in 5 cities, and we came home with $5,000. And we still paid the 1,800 to be out and about. So yeah, we had $600
well,
on us when we left
my,
the house.
oh,
Yeah,
you did really well. Sorry
yeah,
about that, folks. My theory is if you go out and you know you we don't go out much anymore. Haven't done for a while. But if you, my wife's the lucky one. She can, I'll play the pokies and the money just seems to go. But she'll sit there and she'll win credits and all that sort of stuff when she
yeah,
has played in the past. But my theory is if you go out, you have a meal and a drink or two, whatever, and if you walk away with some money in your pocket, like you pay for your meal, pay for your drinks, and you still walk away with money, I reckon that's a good night out. That's my
yeah,
theory anyway.
yeah. When it can pay for itself. We like to go to casinos we've never been to, so they give you all the they give you credit on the room if you win a jackpot, they give you credit on the room. So you only pay like $50 for a suite. Then they give you a $20 credit for food. Mind you, that's only half a meal. So we'll go in and we'll spend, $45 on the meal and it's 20 off, so it's less, we pay less. But they give you 200 credits, so you got to play on your card, and 200 credits, or no, it's 2,000 credits equals $20. So it's free $20, and I'm like, oh, that's my free $20. So I'll play my credits and I'll play Ryan's credits, and then I'll go stand behind him while he plays poker, and then they get mad at me. They're like, you need to move. You can't just stand here. And I'm like, okay. So I'll go right across the hall, the walkway from him, and I'll sit at the carousel of machines right there. And every time I get too far where he can't see me, he'll stick his head up and around. I'll go, okay, I'll move back. So I'll move to the other side so he can see me. And as long as he can see me, he's winning. So I just giggle about it. I don't know why though. I don't. I'm like I trip over my own damn foot. I will drop something, brand new and break it. Someone gives me something used and I drop that thing 300 times and it'll never break. But, I'm not lucky. I'm not too lucky on my own, but I'm luck for other people. And I tell people that all the time. I said, that's gotta be it. I'm like a magnet to myself, negative magnet to myself. I do think it's funny though. But yeah, your nose is itching. That means someone's coming. And if your hand's itching, that means you got money on the way. What's the other one? There's another one. I swear there's another one. It's usually when your face itches that someone's coming. But normally it's your nose. That's the most thing people itch. I'm trying to think of what else is lucky though. It's I don't remember what it is. I know there's some. Oh, what? Hold on. My kids got growing pains, so they've been like up and around. They're really not sleeping. They'll sleep like 4 hours and they'll be up moving around and have all the energy in the world and like 12 hours and then they'll crash for 4 hours and then wake up and be running around for 12 hours. And I'm going, kid, you just need to like hang from a pole or something. Start stretching your body and get it over with. The youngest one's grown about a head tall so far in the last like 6 months. And I'm giggling because they're 10. They're still small for a 10-year-old. All the other kids in their class are double their size. I mean, their sibling is 11 and they're almost a foot taller than them. So, But yeah, they're wide awake. They're not going to sleep. I think they're excited about their visit tomorrow. So, oh no. Oh, I can
Sorry,
hear you, Mike.
guys.
Nope, heard it.
Yeah, have we? You got me
Yeah,
now?
you're good.
Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it, mate. I was wondering why you couldn't hear me. I'm talking away there, and
I wasn't staring at the screen. I was not
no,
looking
no, no,
away.
no, no. This microphone, it's actually got. If I there's a touch button on top,
Oh yeah,
and
to mute it, right?
um, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
and the
yeah, yeah,
little
yeah.
LED on the front will actually flash. But of course, the way I've got it set up at the moment
It's turning away from you.
is yeah, yeah. So I must have touched it
I've seen those
because
on TikTok. A lot of people use them. There's are silver, and they have like, I guess they it lights up like where the mouthpiece is. Theirs
yeah.
does, but yeah, you tap the top
Um,
and it mutes it.
this one doesn't, but this is the HyperX
Oh,
microphone.
okay.
This is I paid $50 for this secondhand,
Nice.
and
Nice.
yeah, hey, and if it does
See,
the
I think
job,
a lot of people were doing a lot more podcasting and a lot more recording when, you all were on lockdown. I think that's definitely something me and Ryan I want to look into because we need a boom. We need a better mic. I want to get a desktop to actually get some cameras set up. I'm a bit jealous of First Floor Audio over there, Mr. Lee. I'm
oh
definitely
man,
digging his setup, and I do think that
yeah,
having a bigger tower and adding some RAM to it and possibly setting it up as two different units at one time would be pretty cool.
mm,
Um, so that we can do, because basically we want to do the way we want to do our podcasts and continue to do our podcast. A lot of the people we want to do our podcast with do not live near us, so we're gonna have to do so that I can do editing on the back end, and Ryan can sit in front of the computer, and so it can basically I can be the backup and just have them both
yeah.
running off the same tower so that he doesn't have to do anything and I can
Well,
just remote do everything for him on his side.
yeah, I don't think I'm going to do much in the way of pre-recorded stuff. I think I'm more comfortable with doing the live stuff,
Yeah.
mainly because editing is just going to take a lot of time. I know we've had G talked about how he does a lot of editing with his videos. Um, it just seems, I know you can really polish things up, but I just think it's going to take too much time. And the live videos for me are going to be the way to go. Well, that's the way I'm going to start. I'm going to see what happens, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, I'll change the way I do things.
I missed a I missed a comment from Becky, the honey barbecue lays. That sounds good.
Oh yeah, we've got some good flavors around. That's for sure.
I'm gonna have to look. I know we got some new ones, but I'm gonna have to look and see if we got honey barbecue lays. Cause I know we got the wasabi. I did see those ones in the store. Ryan pointed them out and I went, thank God they're small bags. Cause that don't make no sense to make it a family size bag. But I definitely honey barbecue sounds good. Had a bag of regular barbecue the other day, and I used to hate them as a kid because I think that was the only flavor my dad got. And I don't know how you guys like your hot dogs, but I can't do them burnt with burnt barbecue sauce on them. It's just tastes like charcoal all the way around, and or propane, however else it is that you do it. I hope whoever's coming, I hope by the time whoever shows up, your hand is itching because they're going to bring you a bunch of money, Mark. How about that? Your
Oh,
nose itching as
it's
much as
just
it is.
driving me crazy.
It could
I
be.
should.
It could be the pollen. It could be the same problem we're having. You guys are getting all that rain. Who knows?
Oh, who knows? It's just itchy. It's just annoying.
We have we
I
have
don't know.
cottonwood. Do you guys have cottonwood trees? They
Um,
they
I
kick off
think
those
so.
little blooms of cotton in the air.
Hmm.
We got those, and they're late spring bloomers, and they're just
Well, where
annoying as all hell.
what what are we now?
Weird.
Um,
I don't
you're
know.
going into spring. We're about to go into autumn or fall,
Yeah,
as
yeah,
you guys would call it. Um, but
yeah. And this
no, it's
my
just
birthday weekend, our time's changing, and I think it's hilarious because this is when it goes from the 15 to the 17 in
yep.
in a few weeks time. I thought that's so funny that
Sorry.
we have a two week break there where we're 16-hour difference. So it goes 15 to 16, and then it'll be
Oh,
17,
righto, righto.
and then when it goes
I'm
backwards, it
with you
goes
now.
16 again, and then it 15. But it's like a 2 week break in between, 2 3 week break in between. I
Yeah,
thought it was funny.
yeah. That's for sure.
I'll be doing more of my blog stuff on my website come March.
Hmm.
I got some side jobs. I love that people, you guys know, I don't like taking money for free. And so I have a few friends who have offered me some money, and I told them no, and they said fine, I'll give you some work to do, and I said thank you, I appreciate that, cuz as long as I'm
Yep,
working for
yep.
it, I don't feel like charity. And it's so much, it's not that the charity feeling is the problem. It's like I was always raised that if somebody gives you something, you give them something in equal value. You know,
Yep.
it's hard, it's always been hard for me to accept gifts because I'm a gift giver. So I'm like, wait, I have to give you a better gift now, and it has to be personal. It has to be something that I know in my mind you're not going to give away. I don't know. I've always been that way though. They say that that's my love language is gift giving.
I yeah. I don't mind. I don't mind helping people out as long as I get something in return. Um,
And to me, it doesn't
I
have
have
to be,
called.
like I said, it doesn't have to be something brand new. You could make me something, and I'd still want to give you $100.
Yeah, I I could look. I have helped people, and I haven't got anything in return. That's for sure. But
Maybe that's why I'm
I
lucky.
don't mind helping people. Yeah, I do. I do. I, I've. How can I put this?
I mean,
I
I'm not
don't
lucky. I'm
mind.
lucky to other people, if that makes any sense. I'm not.
Mm,
I don't give
yeah,
extra,
yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
lucky. I don't mean that.
I
Sometimes
don't
I
mind
think,
helping people, but sorry. If you don't get it back in return, that's when it rubs you the wrong way. But I've it's taken 50 odd years to learn that lesson, and my wife telling me a dozen times or more that these people don't come and help you when you need them. So
yeah,
you you know I think there's a certain amount that you give, but you got to stop giving at a certain point in time because otherwise people just take advantage of you. It's not. It's just not right.
that whole how many times could somebody smack your hand and tell you,
Yeah.
when it's full of what they want, they ain't smacking you. But when you ask, hey, can you help me with this? Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's crazy, but anyway, I do for blah 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 blah. I do more. For a long time now, I've been doing more and more for myself. In saying that, I'm involved with the couple of groups I'm involved with, or the community groups, however you want to, and I do things for them, but um,
I
it's
feel
not
like
as
what you're
much as
doing
what
for
I
yourself is
used to
benefiting
do.
others, though. Like, I feel like this
Well,
YouTube channel might feel like you're doing it for yourself, but You really are teaching me things and putting it into a perspective that I don't feel stupid that I don't know this already at 40. Like I like
Ah,
I've only been messing around on YouTube for, a year and not even a year and a half now, just barely over a year. And the old me, 10, 15 years ago would have dug through, done every little, nook and cranny and figured out YouTube by now and probably got bored. So I'm actually
yep.
glad that I'm taking my time. I'm not trying to overwhelm myself with all this information and then what is that? Two steps forward, one step back because I went, too far already and that kind of you're pointing out things that are in the just by hey they came across this. You're pointing out things to me and I'm even bringing up things to you that we've noticed but not really paid much mind to, but realizing now, wait, that's
Yeah.
helpful. Wait, that is, hey, I have seen that here and there, and maybe I'll look into that and all that kind of stuff. And again, I don't correlate half of what I do on YouTube with the fact that I use Discord and I use TikTok and like we were talking, the landscape and everything, and it drives me nuts. And it's automatically mirrored, just like on Restream. It automatically mirrors so you gotta, as soon as I start my live, I gotta flop, I gotta turn off the mirror camera so that it will, same thing with Restream, it'll automatically be mirrored, even though
One,
when I logged in, my name was
I
already
want.
there. So it was like I was set in my own, but I still had to go in there and automatically unmirror my camera, even though my camera's not working right now. So there
Yep.
are some similarities with the program. And again, it might not be owned by TikTok, but TikTok is owned a little bit by the United States to be in the United States, if that makes sense. Like they,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
they've
Yeah.
got their claws in it for whatever reason. They got their claws in it, and then they're gonna associate and try and of course and every which way to make it easier for us all to just click a little box and make sure that everything links together. But I was
Mm.
playing a game earlier and found out that because it's a public game, that someone could be recording me playing on there, and I'm like, it would have been nice you would have said that before that you're on YouTube or that you make videos for this to put on YouTube because like I have a right not to have my name on YouTube. And they're like, your real name, your first name is Mrs. I'm like, no, but that's my name and that's the name I associate with on YouTube and on social media. Like, you didn't say, "Hey, I'm recording," because if you would have, I would have backed out. I wouldn't have played the game with you. I don't. I have a right to consent, whether it's a public space or not. If you're gonna tell us, you shouldn't have told us. Like I told them, I'm not gonna play with you. Like either you leave or I'm gonna leave, and had to stand around and wait to go back in the chat to say, "Hey, why did you tell us 2 seconds before the game started that you're recording?" Like I would not have, I would have gotten out of the game and left the game. Like this is not cool. And everybody's like, you're in a public forum, you're allowed to do that. That's not how YouTube works. And I'm like, really? You really want to argue with me about copyright laws on YouTube? Because I guarantee you I'll win. Because if my name and my face are on your stuff, that is me. That's who I am, and I have a right to tell you no, you don't have permission. And just because everybody
Yeah.
else goes by different names, so I go in there, I change my name, I try to go back to play the game, but I'm like, that's not cool. And people are like, they do that all the time. I said, well, then I definitely will be disconnecting my account and I won't be playing this game anymore. And people are like, seriously, you would do that? I said, that's my name. That's my actual name. That's different than having, some fake whatever name on the game. Like some of the names on there are not okay. I wouldn't want that on YouTube for that, knowing that kids watch this game. Some of the names that they use for usernames on that are not okay. I mean, we've seen those kind of names come up on YouTube. People thinking they're funny, and I'm going, that's not funny. If this is a family show, why would you want to insert that kind of language? And then I'm like, dude, there's kids in here. You're not asking any of these kids for permission and consent to be recording them. Like, this is a little kid game. I understand I'm an adult playing a little kid game, but still, like, I don't know. That just very much bothers me. And then I'm like, duh, I should have
Yeah.
known. Like, my kids watch this game be played on YouTube all the time.
Well, gaming's one thing I haven't really got into. I know it's huge, and it's just I have thought about playing. You may have heard of that game, Eve Online. It's a It's
I
set in
haven't.
space. Um, I watched a guy who played it um, for about 3 months, and he gave a review of it after 3 months. Now, Eve Online has actually been going a long time, and it's changed over time. Obviously,
Yeah.
as the technology's got better, it's got better, and it has a lot of different layers to it. And I just what I like about it, I just I really like spaceships. Just incredible. The spaceships is just my thing. You know, I just love them. All the different shapes and sizes that can you come up. It's unlimited. I'll give you an example of
Oh,
what
I'm
it
looking at
is.
it. Ooh, you know what
Um,
this reminds me
it's
of? There's a TV show.
yeah.
There's a TV show that's similar to this. Oh my gosh, I'll have to look it up. I watched all of it. They haven't made a new one yet, and it's basically like they've mastered teleportation. They've mastered.
Hmm.
It's called. I think it's like Seven Rings or something like that. Is what it's called. Um, but it's basically everybody
So
lives on
this is
ships,
yeah.
and they're
So this
trying
is
to go through all these things to get to a new Earth. Is what they're doing, and it's very. It looks very much similar, like the how it's like. Yeah, how the ships are kind of like put together ships too. Like they're considered like salvage ships. You know, like they pretty much fix themselves with what they can get.
yeah.
So is that part of the
Geez,
game?
geez,
Like you
going.
go through and have to like salvage parts.
Um, well, there's all sorts of layers to it. Honestly, you can get involved with groups of people who are on the
Yeah,
same sort of level, or or you can just do
massive
solo things.
multiplayer
I haven't.
online role playing game. Okay,
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't sure
haven't.
what MMORG. I'm like, that's a whole lot of letters. What the heck does that stand for?
I have no idea. Um, hang on, what's Roger up to? Rogers says here. Well, I was not sure at first either doing gaming or drink or food reviews and decided to do drink and food. Oh, right, in about mid 27. So did
That's cool.
Robo 5 Live and having food and drink reviews since mid 2017. I think you guys are doing really well, Roger.
I do too.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, now they got a
Oops,
board
wrong
game for
channel.
it.
Jeez. Um, yeah, like an
That's
onion.
so cool.
Yeah.
There's an article
Uh,
that says, "Welcome to Eve Online, the spaceship game where high flyers live out their imperial fantasies." So it's very much like
yeah.
Star Wars.
Very much, but
Awesome.
different genre, I would imagine. Yeah, look, like I said, what I like about it is the spaceship side of things, and I haven't played it yet. I'm just looking.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently they brought it.
I've looked. Yeah, go
Sorry.
on.
Last year they brought
No,
it
you're
to
right.
mobile devices. So you can play it on mobile devices now
Yeah,
instead of just having to play it on.
and there's campaigns you can get involved with and all that sort of stuff. But look, honestly, I got enough on my plate. Maybe it might be a good thing to do away from the steamroller side of things, But
Right.
there again, yeah, I don't know.
So so because it's a
Don't know.
major multiplayer role playing game, you're are you jumping into like you were saying is it okay, the only example I have to this would be Skyrim. That to me is something that I because I used to play RuneScape a lot as a kid, um, Diablo, things like that. So you know I was some kind of warlock, you know, um, you know. I'm trying to explain the part of a team. You
Yep.
needed five of us to conquer
Yeah.
things, and you needed 5 of us to do missions and side things, but you could still like walk into a marketplace where there were millions and millions of people from all over the world selling and buying things and communicating that way.
Yeah.
Like those were kind of the basis of those games. um this is the same. Like you could do a side mission. It seems like you could technically do something on your own without a team,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's
And
everyone at the same time. I don't know how to explain it.
yeah,
Just kind of
and
reading through.
yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on, Mrs. Austin. That's what it is. Exactly what
Okay.
you just said is that's what it is. And there's a bunch of free stuff and also stuff where you can purchase.
Yeah.
Like any other. Um, what do they call it? Uh, RPG game or
Uh huh.
something like that. So
Yeah.
um, it's it's just one of those things. Do you go into it and get involved with it, or do you just play it casually? It's totally up to you. I'm
Well, like that's how I
I'm going to
liked.
take these headphones off. Hang on. Oh,
Yes, Elder Scrolls. That was the other one I
right.
was gonna say. Elder Scrolls, World
Oh,
of Warcraft. Yes. This one says that they have
yep,
it. They have different. Okay, so you can play it online, but you can also play it as a board game. And apparently, there's 4 different board games that you can link to each other. And it's basically, I don't understand this part where it says build though. Like, what's it mean by build your empire? What's that mean?
Oh, okay. Where you build your empire, I suppose it's like what's the name? Um, it's a bit like the old games of Age of Empires and stuff like that, where
Okay.
you start out and you can build your
Like
team or build your
your fleet
community.
will get bigger, right? Because
Yeah,
obviously it's spaceships,
yep,
not necessarily a planet, right? So we're talking fleet
yeah,
wise. We would build spaceships and bring on, like, one of them says dog fighter game. Like that's another section of it. Like it's within the game
yep,
online. Okay, the
yeah,
Valkyrie is a dog fighter game. Yeah,
yeah,
shooter game.
yeah.
Okay, I get
It's
it.
like
Good old. My chat is saying ogre the pirate. Love it.
is he saying ogre or Roger?
We all become gamers now. Jesus, I'm just trying to.
Well,
I probably
ogre.
don't have. I don't probably don't have the mind
Ro,
space for all
ro,
that. I would want to do the side missions. I'm the person out mining in RuneScape all day because I need coal to make stuff. I'm not out there trying to do. I'm not necessarily out there doing all the side missions, but I would rather do side missions than have to work in a group. I don't know how to explain that because half the
yeah,
time I'm running into a wall.
yeah. Well, that's from this. Oh my god, we got a whole different conversation. um, from what I understand with Eve Online, you can do that. You can play by yourself,
Yeah.
or you can get involved with a group of people. But it's totally up to you. So we'll just have to Ogre the pirate. Now we've got Ogre the prawn. Far out, I'm losing it too.
Ooh, that's a pretty cool little snippet of information. The CCP Games, which is who made Eve in 2003. That's how long that online game's been around.
Yes,
They were
yes,
founded in 1997. It took them 6 years to build that online game. That's really really good. I know
yeah, yeah,
online games, and I mean, if you think about just editing a video, think about layering colors and textures into a frame that you have to repeat 15 million times and make sure that the colors stay and the layers stay like they should. Yeah. Yeah, video game progression is pretty gnarly, and it could take, 10 years for some of the best games to ever be made. And then now, we can easily copy and generate that now. Before you couldn't. You had to start all over every time, so I love that. I'm gonna change his name to that in the
yeah.
chat. That's gonna be your new name, Roger. Augur the Royal Prawn. That's priceless.
It's just Roger without the R.
I know. And if it was backwards,
Now,
it'd still be Regarg. It's Regarg. Regorg.
Rigor the pirate. Arr.
Now that would be
How
a perfect spaceship name. Augur the Royal Prawn. It says most complex game. That it's pretty tough.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
that
I
that's
think
what
there's a
it
lot.
says. Massive learning curve. Complicated, complex. Wow. I'm
The other
guessing
thing,
then once you got it, you'd be good to go. What have I
Roger, the
missed,
other
Brad?
Brad, sorry, the only thing you've missed is me scratching my nose all the time. That's probably about it.
Roger
No, we're
goes not
having a bit of
much.
fun. We've having a bit of fun with Roger at the moment and his name. But um, yeah, how much do you use Discord, Mrs. Austin?
Quite a bit. Like I'm on it almost every day. I'm constantly checking G
Right.
Stream to see if anything's on there, and we don't really. No
Yep.
one really talks about Cody, so I chat in and say hi to Cody every once in a while when he's doing his. He puts in
Oh,
his
Cody's on
YouTube
there
stuff
too,
in.
is he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Cody. Yep. Yeah. Does Cody have a channel
I'm still
on?
drinking my coffee. I'm glad you guys can't see. I've had this coffee for about. Actually, I got the coffee about the time that I said I was gonna go to bed, and I didn't. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get some coffee, and I'll sit up and
You
wait.
know what, G? You know what, G? I think I might just go grab a Coke right now and I'll be back.
Grab an extra one. No, it sounds like something worth getting into because I know RuneScape was not fun at first. It took me a minute to really get into RuneScape. Um, but now even to this day, when because I haven't played it since the early 2000s, and I thought they had taken it down by now, and no, you can still go into RuneScape.net and play RuneScape. It's pretty crazy. And if you still know your login information from back in the day, you would still have everything that you had in your chest. Um, which I'm guessing is, like if you saved the spaceship prior to losing it in Eve, you would still have that. I know. I was just gonna say that. I'm like, Mark, your chair is definitely telling me that the moon landing was fake. Probably didn't hear me, but definitely looking fake to me.
Yeah, the chair's running the show.
I
That's
was
for
giggling
sure.
because it blinks in and out. It definitely makes me think that the moon landing was faked. If they can have that kind of glitch here and there. I've seen the glitches. I've seen the burn marks.
Glitch in the Matrix. Oh, that's better. What's going on with Cody? Cody is back dressed as Cody
Cody
does.
King Cody is back dressed as Cody does. I
Hey
love I
man,
love listening to his videos because he's just excited. He's just happy and excited and having a great time when he's happy about the review. When he's not happy about the review,
yeah.
like the oat milk one, he's not. You can tell when he is not happy about the review. But when he is happy, I'm like, I'm just happy for you, Cody. I'm just all excited for you. I love it.
Well, I've watched a few of
Gee,
Cody's videos. I'm going to have to watch a few more, but
I
he's
know that he's
certainly
been doing what somebody said the other day to redo your old videos. Like if you have
yeah,
the same, you're doing the same content, not same exact content, but like do a new video, but then sometime in your old videos, not necessarily that's played better or worse, but to stay uploading relevant. And I know YouTube wants you to download twice a week, just like TikTok wants you to do at least 2 lives a week. Um,
yeah, right.
YouTube wants you to do at least 2 videos a week to stay relevant
Well,
on their shorts or whatever, go live, whatever
yeah,
requirements.
yeah. If you think of it, Miss Austin, that also keeps you fresh in people's minds
Yeah.
because, as it's been pointed out, there is so much out there for people to watch or be entertained by. Um,
Yeah.
you know, and if you look at your analytics, and it's the same with mine, it's the same with a lot of YouTubers, regardless of how big or small they are. Um, some people will only tune in for 30 seconds, a minute, whatever. And
That's what I'm
then,
learning with my
then
lives.
they're going to go on to the next thing,
Yeah.
you know,
And a
and
lot of and
that's just the way it is.
the other thing that I saw, and I've experienced, and I'm not sure if anyone else has experienced this on live, because G's got a following, you've got a following, so you guys got people who show up when YouTube notifies them that you're live, if you haven't already, scheduled it and they know about it. Um, they have it kind of gives them a message. TikTok does that automatically. TikTok, as soon as you're live, within 5 minutes of being live, TikTok will automatically send the people that you interact with the most. So if you're liking their comment, or you're liking their videos and you're commenting on those videos, it's called your friends list. And so it's people that you interact with daily. And those are the people that I've built, I don't want to say relationships with, because I don't know every one of them. I haven't really sat and talked to every one of them. Um, but I do know that the more I interact with them, the more likely they are to pop into my live within 10 to 15 minutes of being on. Some of them don't stay long. They stay long enough to tap the screen, which is give it likes. So it'd be like thumbs up for us here. And also, if you guys are on live, you'll see now I'm going to start tapping. You'll get the emojis coming up in the corner there. That's what you get on TikTok when you tap the screen. You're sending them the likes. You should have put one of them as if Austin doesn't show up. If Miss Austin doesn't show up, yes, we will.
No, I wouldn't put that. Well,
But you get the emojis. That's interactions. So I don't know if YouTube is counting those yet. I don't know if he's gonna if they're counting those towards interactions. But as long as somebody taps that a few times for me on TikTok, I tell them thank you. But I realize a lot of people don't necessarily think, oh, they don't count for anything on YouTube. Okay. They stay long enough to tap and everything, but they don't stay very long. Similar to us and the lurking and the coming here and there and going here and there. But I do get interaction from those guys a little here and there. But I know that if I go on someone else's page and go live on someone else's account, and they have a good amount of following, I want to say 4, 5, 6 people maybe. Oh God. I want you guys to know I have a whole setup. My whole setup that you guys see when we go live here at my desk is because I do not want it to look like I'm in my bedroom, even though I'm in my bedroom. For that
yeah,
simple. But I'll pop into their live and they'll send it out to a few people who are loyal for them as well. And they'll end up with 25 people in the stream, listening to me sing, watching me sing, and those people will send me invites to follow me back. But on TikTok, the number one running rule is after 5 days, if somebody hasn't interacted with your content, you unfriend them. Because if you don't unfriend them, it buries you in the algorithm for the For You page, which would be the shorts page for YouTube.
yep,
Where you're definitely going to get to see more content. You're going to see them in the shorts, and I believe that's why YouTube is trying to get people to mimic the reels and the TikTok scrolling type app, where you can scroll through the videos and stuff like that. It makes it a lot easier, I think, for the layout for the phones as well, because it's that full screen layout. You're definitely closer. Gross. How many times I noticed that? I'm just never mind. Oh, but yeah. So I definitely see some similarities. I can see why though. TikTok shares very easy to YouTube, and YouTube shares very easy to TikTok, if that makes sense. I can click on YouTube right now and I can share this clip to my TikTok, and it will let people
yep,
know
yep.
Mark's on live right now. And I've done it a few times for G Stream when I was up on G Stream and letting my friends know, hey, this is where I'm at. And I've made that comment before. I'll do clips and stuff like that. I didn't do it this time. I didn't think I'd be up here for an hour and a half. But I
Hey,
do tend
look,
to I do tend to share I do tend to share where I'm at. So my friends, when they're like, "Where are you? You weren't on live earlier." Um, I did the time thing. So right now, in 10 minutes, it'll be 4 a.m. and there's probably 100,000 people live on the East Coast right now. In the next 10 minutes, they'll be going live because they
and
have this thing
so
called daily
how many of
rankings.
those? How many of those will you get on your if you were to do a thing on there?
I can click on the lives, make TikTok great. I can click on the lives link for TikTok, and I could scroll through 100 of them before I realize what I'm doing. Realize that they're all live streams,
Yep.
and
And
similar
I
to
suppose,
YouTube, you can pull down on the video, and it'll add another 100 of them on the top of that, and I could scroll through those as well. Um, but again, my videos, my singing videos, I put them all the way down to 30 seconds, and the first 2 seconds, everyone stops watching. So that's why I stopped doing my videos of me singing and just started doing lives to get more
yep,
interactions. Much like the super chats, much like the the stickers and stuff. I'm pretty sure you get more monetized through YouTube than you do on TikTok
right.
because they give you half to begin with, and then when you try to cash that out, they take another, I want to say 30% off of that. So you end up only walking out with about 60% of what's being paid out to you. So a lot of people have been
Yeah,
bypassing that with the Buy Me Coffee, with the PayPal, with the Cash App, that we
yeah.
can do here in the United States because it's just
Well,
it's cheaper on you to send me a $5 through Cash App than it is to buy $5 worth of coins on
yep.
like on TikTok
Well,
because then I only get
if
half
you
of
do
that,
a
and then when I
super
cash it
chat,
out, I could lose another 20.
yeah, if you do a super chat through, oh, excuse me, that's the Coke talking. If you do a super chat through YouTube, they take 30%.
Oh,
And I was
see, on
talking to
TikTok
Lee.
takes about 60, so you end up with only about
Right, I
40%.
was
So
talking to Lee on First Floor Audio the other day, or yesterday, today, one of his streams there. Uh, and he said PayPal is the best way to go
yeah,
because they
yeah.
only take a very small percentage. So if you're going to give anything to anyone, PayPal is the way to go. And Brad saying, I watched a 16-year-old lady get Instagram for the first time. I measured the time she was on it. She said she didn't believe me. It hit her so hard. Yeah, yeah. Well, with anything that is new to people, it takes time to get it. And Stylesley says PayPal is good. Um, any new technology for anyone who hasn't used it, if they're not familiar with it, for instance, your kids, Mrs. Austin,
Mm-hmm.
this is going to be nothing new to them. And in the future, there's going to be something completely different that we will probably struggle with that your kids will just automatically do without thinking about it.
Well, yeah, but my kids know how to do cursive, so as much
Yep.
as like nowadays everything's electronics and not necessarily online, but everything's. I mean, yeah, my kids know how to use CapCut better than I do, which is a social media app for editing. They know how to use that better than I do. But I can also go on Canva and create something, and my kids are like, "What the?" And I'm like, "It's art. It's digital art. It's graphic. It's graphic art." And they're like, "No way! Show me how to do that." So my kid's been messing with graphic design type stuff on their phone lately, and they're like, look, because they're figuring out how to like fill color and like draw without a stylus but make it thin, and erase, and basically they're learning how to use paint on their phone. I'm like, yep, that's how I
Yep.
started with graphic design, that basic paint, nothing else to do on a computer but type, back in the day. Play Oregon
Mm.
Trail. so you know, or where in the world is Carmen San Diego? Those were the only two games we were allowed to play at school. So um,
Which version did you have of Carmen San Diego?
we had every one of them. Because I beat them, and my teacher would just buy us the new ones. So I remember the very
Some
original. It was very similar to Oregon Trail. You know, ding, 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 taking forever to load each page. But I believe the last one that we had was like it wasn't even Carmen anymore. It was, or no, it wasn't. It wasn't like Carmen was in trouble. They were like, it was like Carmen's niece was looking for her. I believe was the very last version that I was playing. It was like her niece and nephew were looking for her.
a version,
So
I don't know where it came from. A version I had was, I'll put it, it was very R-rated, put it that way.
yes, yes, it was very much violent.
G'day,
So
Peter. Welcome to the show. Peter has come over from another YouTube channel that I hang out with, Emma's Small Machine Shop. Uh, Emma
awesome.
is a person I know, has a YouTube channel, and they do a Wednesday night live stream. Thanks, Peter, for coming. Um, so, Peter, just to give you an update, I'm getting a new shed. We're getting some renovations done here, and part of it is a new shed. And I'll be doing live streams from my new shed. At the moment, everything is put away in a container, and the kit arrived the other day. So,
Yay!
so hopefully I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks, the new shed will be up, and the other shed that we moved over, the old shed, will be recladded, and my wife will be able to move back in. We'll have a laundry again, because at the moment we don't have a laundry. We're just dragging the washing machine around, and yeah, the place is just an absolute clutter. So thanks, Peter, for dropping in and checking out this live stream with myself and the crazy people in the chat here.
Yeah, I would here. Let me smile first before I do it. Horrible smile. Horrible smile.
I,
My
I
camera's
still think
messing
you
up,
got the
guys.
I still think you got the Tom DeLong look going on there.
Hold on. Wait, I'll make it even more like him. Ready? There you go. That's 100% him. I had to have my eyebrows need to be bushier. Then I'll totally look like him.
Um,
Let's see.
Peter, what I'll do is, hang on a minute.
I wonder if it's because I have a small memory. Like I use most of
Yeah,
everything I download on my
how old
computer.
is your laptop?
It's a 2017,
Okay, righto,
and it was technically empty when I got it.
right.
You know, rebooted and everything. But I think it's because I downloaded a bunch of forms
Yep,
that I got to fill out online, and then I haven't put them on my PDF filler account, which puts them into basically my cloud drive,
yep.
so that it's not on my laptop.
Um, Peter, that's a link to
Brad,
my
that looks like a
intro
shot put on
video
Frank.
on YouTube, and shows you my old shed and workshop setup and the steamroller I'm working on in the background. If you'd like to go and have a look, if you haven't seen my channel before, um, my steamroller is made by Fowler, John Fowler and Company, same as Emma's, but mine's a smaller steamroller than what Emma's is.
Yeah, the sound quality earlier was amazing
On what? Sorry.
on that on the video you were showing of that
Oh,
steamroller.
okay, right, yeah, because I up the sound
That was a
level.
turbine, right?
Yeah, the steam generating. Yeah,
Yeah.
not actually. No, it's not actually. Oh, excuse me. Not actually a turbine. It is a steam generating unit,
Yeah.
but it's a reciprocating steam engine um, to generate power for your factory or whatever you're going to do. So yeah, it's a pretty awesome machine. Oh, right, cool, Brad. Thanks. Yeah, excellent. I put a documentary up on the community tab. That's another
Yeah,
thing. I don't know if you use it, Mrs. Austin, but the community tab on your YouTube channel, you
I
can
do. I have I've taken. I think that's the other reason I haven't been too active on social media or YouTube and everything this month. I decided to take the whole month off from really doing much. Earlier in the month, my health issues kept us from going live a few times, and I've just my gut was just not feeling good. I'm pretty sure I got stomach flu this last week, so it's just feels like I'm getting the stomach flu every other week right now. And since all the health stuff's been going on with me and getting denied a bunch of stuff right now for everything that's going on with me, it's just I guess it's deteriorating. You know, I
Yep.
definitely not really wanting to be social, but I'm excited about tomorrow because it is our first um, overnight, their first overnight visit in almost a year.
Right.
So it's nerve wracking and somewhat satisfying at the same time. Um, just for us to hang out and for us to do something or not do something. That's the best part. We don't
Yeah.
have to if we don't want
Yep.
to. Uh, but Saturdays is kind of our only day off. Ryan works on Sundays. When he does do side jobs, it's mainly on Sundays, so it'll be just a nice day off. Um, but yeah, no. So I haven't. I usually post on the community page, hey, you know, we're not going live. Sorry. Ryan will do the same thing on his for his YouTube channel. I know he doesn't have that many subscribers, and we're trying to fix that problem.
Yep.
Um, and I know that. Well, we kind of found out. We did. I did a little bit of digging, aka I typed in um, smoke break, and I didn't put a pause in the middle. And apparently, there's a whole page called smoke break, one word. And I was like, crap! I looked that up. Like
Yeah.
I typed it into the search engine and YouTube to make sure that it wasn't going to be an issue. And so that's daunting. Somebody created a fake Elk Creek Farms page.
Really?
And yeah, and that's got 12 subs, and Brian's only got 9. So I was like, that's weird. Um,
Have they put any content out?
no. And they started it the day that he got hacked.
Ah, righto.
So I'm like, whatever. Whoever's been trying to link that just sucks for us because whoever's trying to link his page from since that happened, you know, second week of February, um, he's lost out on 12 subs
Yeah.
because they're following that page instead of his. They stole the picture and everything.
What a bugger.
Yeah, they created a fake WhatsApp account with his name and his phone number. Um, they didn't get into his phone, thank goodness. They did try to log into our banking information. So we hunted down the account. Ryan reported it a million times. Still nothing. That account's still up. It's. I mean, if no one's. I mean, I'm gonna knock on my forehead and knock on some wood real quick. But identity theft is really hard to prove in person.
Yeah.
So you can imagine how extremely hard it is to prove through cyber. Um, the sad reality is though it's been handed off to who it needed to be handed off to through the VA because my husband is a military
Yes.
and impersonating a military veteran is a very big fat no here in the United States and so whoever's used the IP address we've already been told the IP address was VPN but they're digging through the VPN to find out where it came from because they can at least pinpoint the country in which it came from. They can't pinpoint the address, but if they can pinpoint the country, these people are still trying to use. They're still using his the Instagram. His old Instagram account got taken down, so that's not going to be a problem. They're not able to use that through there.
Have
But
you been able to take that one down?
he hasn't been. It's been completely disconnected. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take this opportunity to just thank everyone for being here. If you want to put your channel in the chat, you're most welcome to. I don't mind. Other people have helped me out, and you guys can help each other out or help me out by putting your channel in if you want. Put a link to it. Go for it. Stolen valor, that person did your husband. And it's all illegal in Australia and US. Yeah. Unfortunately, Roger, the reality is that these scammers, these people who hack into things, don't care about rules and roles and regulations and all that sort of stuff. You only got to look at Scammer Payback, which is a couple of there's a big channel in the US. Okay, Peter, if you want to, I've got Discord open. If you want to put it in Emma's off topic chat, I'll grab it and stick it in here, mate.
My audio's still good.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I had to plug in the fan. Ryan's sweating over there. So
Yeah. Right.
yeah, I think that's the worst part. Ryan's been create creatively holding on to that Instagram page for 8 years now, and he had it built up really high, and then got shadow banned because of a lot of accounts on there were getting deactivated, and that somehow, some way, looks negative on you as someone who follows that that page. Again, it buries you in the algorithm. So he's gone through and Instagram there for a while, just like TikTok, only allows you to delete so many accounts a day before they're like, you're a fake account. Like, that makes no sense for a fake account to be, fake accounts want to add people. They don't want to kick people out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. But
Henry saying hello.
Sorry?
Brad says Don Shipley. I'm not sure. I'm just looking through the chat.
Oh, g'day, Henry. Thanks for coming in, man. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm in the future. I'm not in the shed yet. The shed's coming. It really is. It's a work in progress. Probably going to be at least another 2 weeks away, if not more. But thanks for joining. I appreciate you coming in to the chat and being here. Yep.
Nope, still frozen.
Yeah, still frozen. Not. Yeah. Did you want to jump on another device, Mrs. Austin, and give it a try?
My iPad's charging, or I would. Oh, it's at 75. Let me
it's up. It's up to you.
Well, I can log in. It'll still let me log in as me. So I just got to switch my headphones over.
Yeah, you're right, Pete. It's yeah, like all good things, it's always coming, but it can never come fast enough. It always seems that way. That's for sure.
I know it's like pulling teeth at this point right now because of everything that was supposed to happen, and it's got a little hiccup here and there.
Oh yeah, but, look, I suppose you got to expect those things, and just sometimes you get a bit. Well, for instance, my wife and I, for instance, I'm repeating myself here. We haven't been in to go into our respective rooms for about 4 months now, or maybe it's getting on 5. It's a bloody long time because there was the time that we started packing everything up and throwing things out and pulling things down. Then there was Christmas in between and rain and all that sort of thing. So it will actually be 5 months before we get back into our respective sheds, she sheds, man caves, whatever you want to call it. Ooh, the coke's working well. And that's a long time because usually you go up, or for most of us, we go into our craft rooms, man sheds, man caves, and spend an hour, maybe two in there doing a little project or several projects, depending on the situation, and if you add that up, that's, a couple of hours a night. Yeah, the coke stopped the itchy. Yeah. Um, it's a couple of hours a night, and all that time adds up. So it could be anywhere up to 10 hours a week that you're in your craft room or shed. Oh, hello, Mrs. Austin is on another device. Here she is, and we'll bring her in. The real life. Sorry, Mrs. Austin, I didn't see you there.
No,
That looks better.
you're good. Yeah, because
looks
this is
great.
Chrome. That's why. Because yeah.
You look really sharp. It looks really good.
I'm moving all my dirty dishes. Because when I go live, I'm okay. So on TikTok, the only thing you can see is from here up. You don't
Yep.
see any of this part of my desk. Usually my music box is right here, pointing against the wall, so that when I'm singing, they can't hear me too direct. Kind of bounces off and goes up and around. Yep. I feel like the light's too bright. I usually have filters on, guys, so you don't normally see my real face. So this is weird because I'm not used to this anymore.
That's all right. We don't mind seeing your real face. You're a real person. We know that.
Well, I tell people all the time, you want to see my real face, you got to go to YouTube, because you'll see my real face on YouTube.
We're on YouTube now.
I know. That's why I'm like, I forgot though. I'm like, oh, my hat's everything's backwards.
So Pete says his caravan is his cone of silence. Yeah, two legends having a chat. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate the support, mate. Yes, it is nice to see you, Mrs. Austin. Thanks, Stylesy. Yeah, so it's not just a disruption of not being in our respective, crafting areas to do stuff. It's, we've got stuff stacked in rooms here and stuff stacked in rooms there. And I'm still working. My wife's still working. She's trying to get work done, and sometimes we've had to take a bunch of stuff out of where we've got stuff and dig in and get it out. And it's driving both of us crazy. We'll be glad when things settle down and go back into place. But as Peter said before, all good things take time.
Well, we've decided that we're either going to buy a bus to live in or possibly purchase a house in town. But we'll only be here for another 4 or 5 years. We just got the news that Ryan's parents are moving to the Midwest the next 4 years. So we're like, okay, we could do that. Buy a house here. Basically, the house here that we're looking at has a second space on it, so we could easily rent out the front and save the back space for when we come and visit. So we have a place to stay, because we'll have to go back and forth with visiting with our bio dad. So we'll have to come back quite a bit. And with me being remote, I could come back and be here for a month, and the kids can go back and forth, or through the summer, and then go back to where we're going to live. But the irony, housing's obviously going to be cheaper in floodplain, fire areas, tornadoes, hurricane, all that good stuff areas. So the cheapest stuff that we're looking at is like floodplain stuff, where we'll have to, if there's a building on it already, we'd have to tear it down. It's not inhabitable. I made a joke to Ryan the other day that we should just buy a houseboat so that when it floods, we'll just float. We won't lose our house. He laughed. But yeah, he would love to live in a house. He would love to live in a boat. We've made the comments. We call them schoolies here in town, or in the United States. And to me, it's just hilarious because me and my kids have lived in a 13-foot trailer
the four, the three, and then Michael lived in a see yacht. See, we lived in a 13-footer and a 22-footer. So if we get a 40-foot bus, I'm sure we'll be fine. You know, I'm sure the kids won't have any problem with it. We'll have plenty of space for them to be on the other side, and we'll be up by the front, you know, where the door's at, and they'll be in the back area. But they were, I guess, watching a video that Ryan heard them listening to, and they're like, "We'll never live like that. That's horrible. We would never live like that." And I go, "You guys told Ryan that you guys wouldn't, or you guys were saying something in front of Ryan that you would never live in a bus." And they're like, "No, Mom, we were watching this thing where it was like a van, like an Astro van, like a square van, and the kids lived in shelves.
Yeah.
They had 4 kids and they had the shelf. They're like, no, it'd be like living in a casket." And I was like, okay, that makes sense. I'm not going to make you live on a shelf. Not at all. But in my mind, I'm going, I bet you Mark could get a lot of shelves in that shed. As soon as they said it, I'm like, wonder how many shelves Mark could get in that. Because we've talked about that too, just buying a barn like, you know, shed like you got, and renovating that into a house.
A lot of people do that here. Just to Brad's point, Brad, we know what you're talking about. Don't worry, mate. If you get it wrong, we all get it wrong. It's all cool, man.
But I told Ryan that. I said, look, babe, we buy a boat, live on a boat. He was like, you would never. I was like, yeah, right, because I can't. I'd get nauseous so bad. I'm telling you, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Ryan would have a blast. I'm the kind that's like on shore waving at you because I get nauseous real bad. So it's like, no, I don't want to be on the boat, but have fun. I love it. And he's like, it's tethered to the beach. Like, you don't move as much as you think you do. And I'm going, I already feel like I'm on water. Where's water rushing underneath us? You can tell when there's a lot of water coming down the side of the mountain because I can feel it moving from underneath me. I promise. He's like, no, you can't. I'm like, you can feel water. Water has magnetic, like, pulling towards you. So that's the only thing that I worry about. Is I know a houseboat's different. I know a yacht's different. I'm talking like a sailboat. The sailboat, no. The sailboat is very much wind is going to blow you, this and that. But no, yachts and houseboats and stuff like that are made to very much be steady. Like, you know, you're walking on the beach. You know, you're not going to feel the here or there on those ones. But again, that's what they're made for. They're the leisure. You know, get on a yacht and not even know you're on it until you get out and look out and, oh, there's the ocean. Yeah. So.
Well, you know, when because we're so used to living on land, and then you go on a boat, and a boat is moving, a lot of people even are more sensitive to it, including me. And yet other people who spend their lives on a boat, when they go on land, they find it very hard because it's
not giving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their brain is still moving a little bit, you know. So
they say that living on a boat's like being a chicken, because a chicken has a chicken's head will naturally stay level.
Yeah, right.
So it's like their body is like being on a boat. Like that, you can put chickens on a boat and they'd be perfectly fine. It just blows my mind. I'm telling you, a houseboat to me is a lot of space. When you think of those tiny, and you know, I say tiny, but like the container you're talking about, all the stuff that you have in, I want to stack 3 of those and live in that thing as a house, because stacking it wide or stacking one this way and putting one here and one here creates a whole, you know. And I've been watching the DIY things where the cutouts, the material they use to cut out windows and doors, they'll go ahead and reframe those to pop outs like you would see on an RV, and they create this, so it creates this space that you don't necessarily know that you're in, but at the same time they're not. I've seen one that came through one of the fires. They're not, you'd have to put just as much you know, stuff on the inside to keep it safe. You know, it's not, because I'm thinking, oh, it's a storage container, forest fire will blow right over the top of that thing. No, it'll melt whatever's on the inside. That's metal. You know, it's gonna get hot, it's gonna melt. So that's what we're talking about. A boat, you know, a boat's not gonna light on fire. I mean, unless the boat itself lights on fire, but you don't have to worry about wildfires when you're in a boat. And then Ryan's like, yeah, but hurricanes. I'm like, yeah, okay, shut up. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me everything. You don't have to tell me everything. But no,
Well,
it's
there's,
crazy to think your whole continent is everyone lives on the outside.
yeah,
You know,
pretty much.
and so it's like for us, and you guys have similar issues that we do. You guys aren't that far from the ocean, but you guys also have wildfires and you have wind and you have, you guys also have drought areas, even though you wouldn't think you do. You still have drought areas. So I'm like, it doesn't really matter where we go. We're gonna have that issue. It's just it's cheaper. I mean, Albuquerque, New Mexico came up, and I'm thinking in my brain, Albuquerque is a huge city, like huge metropolitan type city. People come from Mexico to work there. People come from Texas to work there in that town. And I'm going, and that's the cheapest place to live in the United States. It's the top cheapest place to live
Yeah, right.
because their rent is a third. I think it said 15% of your income, where California is 80.
What's
And I'm going, okay.
what's Texas like to live in now in terms of cost of living? Because I'm sure it would have gone up because SpaceX being there.
No, San
No.
Antonio is the third cheapest place to live in the United States. Mississippi is above that, but again, Mississippi is all floodplains,
Yes.
Katrina.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can buy 4 acres of land for $7,000 in Mississippi, but they're probably not going to let you put anything on it because all of the bedrock has been shifted, all of the ground is moved. The same stuff you have to move to make it so you could build a house. All of that's gone. So you're going to spend $20,000 bringing in material just so you could build a house on something that could possibly flood in the next 30 years. And that's what a housing loan is. It's 30 years. So again, though, we want to buy a schoolie. We just want property to park it on, so that we have a bus that we can bring, and we have a small, if not small, large, barn-like place that we can keep things, and that can stay there. But in Texas, you're living across the street from an oil field. And I'm like, okay, that's where I was born and raised. If you look up Klinga, California, and look up Stinky Hollow, literally what it sounds like, Stinky, STINKYHALLO, and they call it Stinky Hollow, and it's because it was all of the oil rigs, and it got to the point where we got tired of staring at them. We started painting them. So now they're like one that looks like a bear, one that looks like a horse, one that looks like a man riding a horse, like rodeo. One was a polar bear. What was another one? A squirrel. Like they just started painting them because every 200 feet was another one, on top of itself. So I don't know if you guys know, but coal, when it's being pulled out or when oil is being pulled out of the ground, because the town I grew up in is called Coaling Station A, so they just put it all together and called it Kalinga. And at first it was coal, and then they found that there were oil underneath our mountains, so they've been pulling oil out of our mountains for. I'm 40, so I don't know, a little longer than that. Maybe a little less, about 35 years.
Yeah.
They've been pulling coal, oil out of the ground. So it smells like, and mind you, Stinky Hollow is where the original first oil rig was. And there's an actual hole that's painted like the butt of a skunk. And you smell, that's what it smells like, a skunk's butt coming out of there. So yeah, no, I know exactly what that smell is. And I'm like, I told Brian, I can do that. For 7,000 American dollars, yes, I could do that. Buy 4 acres of property.
What you guys are renting there now, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's technically a full acre where we rent, but it's the house that we're in is falling apart. And if we were to rebuild, we'd have to tear it all the way down.
Yeah.
And we would have to rebuild the house in a complete different space than it's been. But ironically, our neighbor is he doesn't like being called this, but his name rhymes with it. He's the shit man. He does all the porta potties. So he has his truck that he has access to be able to dump his truck, so his waste truck, in his own port. And he tries to do it at night on summertime, but it's worse. To me, it's worse. I'd rather you do it in the middle of the day But no, the methane that comes out of the machine, he does it in the daytime, could blow up his whole truck. So he has to do it in the middle of the night, and he'll be dead asleep with my window open because it's hot as all hell. And 11:30 at night, wake straight up like somebody just, filled my house with poop. That's all of a sudden, that's what it smells like. But yeah, no, that's my neighbor now. I wouldn't have a problem with it, especially having, like I said, $7,000 for,
He could,
again, that's almost 15 for you guys. A little less than 15. It's about 12, maybe 13. Yeah, for 4 acres.
he could suck the methane off and burn it,
Probably.
because that's what they're
I
doing
mean,
in a lot of the rubbish tips here in Australia. They're pumping off the methane and using it to generate power.
the gentleman, the family that owns our waste dump here in town have run out of usable property to bury the waste in, so they have to ship it out. So they're open like the 2 days I believe they're closed are the 2 days that they come to pick up the containers, because it's 2 to 4 containers at a time that they'll have to pull. And again, we live in the middle of the woods. People are jerks and go and dump their stuff off the side of the road, and a lot of it is not anything that's going to break down. It's going to be there for a long time, and it's really annoying. But Happy Camp's known for our bears at the dump, and people would take their mattresses and put them into the areas so that the bears could sleep on them, because they would become so dependent on the dump to feed them. They would get so fat they couldn't climb out of the holes. And by the time they would fill them up, they would have to actually tranquilize the bears and drag them out. And they would be like 200 pounds obese. Like it was horrible to watch. I mean, it's like feeding, what is that, puff rice to a bird and watching it explode. Like, it's just horrible. Like, not entertaining at all whatsoever. But again, we didn't have anywhere else to dump our stuff. But you could get 20 feet from this bear and it knows you're going to feed it. So it didn't even have the energy to roll itself over to try to attack you. It would just dig through the pile with you while you were digging through the pile for whatever you were looking for. Yeah. It was pretty nuts. But you could also go to the town next and dig up doubloons out of the ground that people buried there in the 1800s when they were, trying not to get robbed. They would bury their stuff. And so if you have like stacked rocks in your yard that can be dated back to the 1800s, people would tell them all the time, like, you might as well shove those over and dig them up because you're going to find something in there. If not in the center of them, you're going to find them underneath. And this family dug up like 20 jars of coins and found that only a third of them were real gold. They'd been robbed. They went and they took their gold that they had found in the creeks and went and had them melted down. And the guy who had melted them down gave them covered, just the outside of it was covered in gold and the rest of it was not. The rest of it was steel or ore of some kind of ore, which I think steel is ore. I don't know. It's all over around here. Or slate, which is weird. But if somehow melted down heat-wise and then covered in the gold, as long as the gold stayed on it, it wouldn't shatter. But that's what they did. They took them and they bent them, and then you could see the shale had cracked and everything underneath the gold once you heated it up. So, yeah, it sucks to find out that even back then people were like, haha, I gotcha, stealing your stuff. But, yeah, no, you're talking doubloons, like, literally stamped with, like, whose face is this? There's no one, no one in history. It must have been like the mayor or whatever, the journeyman that went through here, and decided to put their face on something and tell them, if you want to buy from me, you got to use these coins.
Yeah.
Back in the day, that's what they would do with bartering. It would also guarantee that if you were a maker of some sort, or you were, what's it called when you, because they had beavers and stuff like that. They would hunt all the beavers out of the river, and they would do the human suck very much. Pelt. If you were a peltier, you sold pelts. they would give you markers, like, some of them were cork, that would be like, this is the guy that I got it from. So you would trade him the cork, and then the pelter would take that cork and go to the town, and then how Dominic, he had cork or jade. They had jade ones around here a lot. Little tokens that they would use, like a chit, I guess, to walk in and go, here, this is for my meal, or this is for my clothing, or this is for, what was the other thing they would do it for? Drinks, and we have more ladies of the night homes and motels around here than we did bars back then. And still to this day, the buildings, 1800s, have trap doors, like you can walk. Here's a hallway, here's the rooms, but in between the hallways and the rooms is about space for you to scoot sideways down, so that you can say, oh, I'm going to my room, and you could sneak into the next room without getting caught.
Yeah, I was watching
Kind of thing.
something a while back to do with the history in America in one of the towns about prohibition, because some guy went to do some renovations and found a tunnel where people could come in and get their liquor during the prohibition time. What did they call it?
I think that show's called Ancient Underground, right?
So it might have been, yeah.
I watched them too, because it showed like how one of the cities that you're talking about, the bottoms of them, they were at one point for like water, but because they had built the city up, the water, they had aquifers to keep the water from going back up underneath there, but it was the perfect space to hide and make mead and make alcohol. And that it was, and like at a certain point they were like, okay, we're just gonna build over the top of this because it's decrepit, and like people were getting the plague and things like that. So they were technically alleyways that would take you down a mountain, and then it would be like the back part of a much larger upscale home. But like the 3 or 4 below that were like, you could live there, but there was like no walls, no windows, because it was underground, obviously, and like the poor people would live there. And that you would go through certain sections of it, but still to this day, they're watertight. They could still fill those rooms full of alcohol if they wanted to. I think I think it was in Greece or Paris. Maybe it was in Paris, where it's like you could be standing there and you don't even know it, but like 30 feet down, there's like buildings from like the 1500s that are still kind of there, that they could see how the lower part was 1500s, and then they would rebuild it to the 1600s, and then it was rebuilt to the 1800s, like just by the material they were using to build. I believe it was, I know it's something, I want to say it's Ancient Underground, because I was watching it the other day, and then all of a sudden it got a new host, and I was like, what happened? Where did the host go? Because it was like the third season or something, and then it's a completely different person. But I swear I started watching it on YouTube. I do, I want to say. Yes.
Yeah.
That came up in which one was I telling you? The American history of it's on A&E or the History Channel, I think it is. Where I was telling you the history of like Budweiser and how that started, and why it started. And then they did the history of Marlboro and how and why that started cigarettes and everything like that, and how to have 20 cigarettes rolled and ready to go was like, you're rich. Like, whoa, and I'm going like, now I'm like, wow, like you have to be rich to buy a pack of cigarettes in the United States anyway. But like, wow, like for them to think that having 20 pre-rolled regular go cigarettes, and like how people would make a lot of money just personally rolling those on breaks, even if they didn't smoke cigarettes, they just rolled cigarettes. They'd make damn near their pay and rolling cigarettes on a 15-minute, 30-minute break. And that half of them were 12 years old.
Yeah.
I was like, what the crap? But
No,
again, that's a
that
whole
was
like
that
drinking
was
wine at dinner. Like it was just a part of life.
yeah, yeah,
Longevity.
and that's not even in Europe. It was a done thing. I think it was. I was watching some sort of documentary, and I think it was France or parts of Europe. The kids were actually sent to school with like bottles of wine or something like that.
Hmm.
Primary school kids, or grade school kids. And this was back in the 50s or something like that. And that was just a done thing, you know.
I'm not sure
So
this is what it's called. It is history. It's called Cities of the Underworld. That's what
yeah.
it's called. And it's from '07. So who knows what they've uncovered now, because
Oh yeah.
in that series they had found a few spaces that they were like, this is brand new. They didn't even know this was here. They thought this is where it ended. Holy crap, it could go for another 50 miles. Like full underground. The one that blew my mind the most was the Nazi Germany one.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that was super, like his ideals were super like for the time were like crazy. Holy crap, there's no way that that could get built. But then I think back to like the way they built the pyramids and the way that they've now find. I'm going, first of all, you're just now finding an exit. Like it's a pyramid and there's a hole on the top. Water's gonna come in, it needs to go out. Like, why wouldn't it go further down into the ground? Like that doesn't make
Um,
sense.
Brad makes a good point here. Kids were given alcohol usually because the water was
Hmm.
bad. Yeah. Yeah, because we didn't have the water quality like we did today,
Hmm.
you know.
And that's what they were saying about the plague. The reason why the plague was bad was because the 10 stories above, the three below, were pouring their pots out.
Yep.
So the water you were getting, even if you were collecting it, still had poop and pee being thrown
Yep.
into it.
Yep.
And that if you had an infection, then it was just you were done, because if you had any type of open sore infection, being around all of that, and that's obviously why the plague happened, was because of
Yeah, well,
poor sanitary. I mean, you could
well,
be surrounded by water, but it doesn't mean it's clean,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
What was it? Another podcast or show I was watching, I just can't remember, but the point they were talking about, how we talk about our, not our birth rate, but the rate of nutrition, not nutrition,
Hmm.
attrition, rate of attrition, to do with kids, how, what's that magic word? Um, infant mortality,
Hmm.
right? So the point they were making, now I've got it right. The infant mortality rate back, way back when, was like 3 times the amount of what it is today. If you were living on a farm, so you would have, out of the, if you had 7 kids, it's quite possible that 2, even 3 of those would pass away before the age of 5 or something like that.
Hmm.
It was
Hmm.
horrendous.
And a lot of those had to do with allergies we didn't even know about then. Like
Yeah.
I was 38 years old when I found out I had celiac disease, and I'm allergic to wheat and should never have been putting it in my body. Now, 5 years later, no, so 35 is when I found out. 5 years later, I have the same amount of sensitivity to lactose. So definitely shouldn't be drinking milk or eating cheese or do anything like that. So I'm like, that again blows my mind to think like, oh, I could continue to do that and have all these health issues that you would think are because of my worth ethic. Younger kid, I would pick up furniture and walk around with it like it was a feather. I'm talking a fold out couch, strap it on my back at 12 and walk it down a hallway because no one else wanted to help me. That damn thing weighed good 150 pounds, 6 foot long. And I'm literally have it all the way up off the ground. So it's not dragging, just walking it through a hallway and thinking, oh, no wonder my back hurts. No wonder my, shoulders are bad or my hips are bad. Or no, that all has everything to do with putting wheat and dairy into my body, where my body is attacking it like an infection. And where's fat go? Fat goes to your hips, to your hips and your gut. And I have gut issues, so it's like, it is morbidly funny. to know, like, who knew, you know, like people are like, if you would have went to someone for, who did allergy stuff, I went to sleep at 8. um, if I would have went to someone, who does allergies and stuff like that, I would have found out then. And I'm going, no, unless I was being allergic to it in the moment when, they take your blood or do the stupid allergy test. You don't really know. And then they're like, no, my sister's like, no, they scratch you with it. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I don't know about that. Imagine finding out you're allergic to like 10 things at once. I think that my body would very much have an adverse reaction to that.
Yeah,
You have to get an EpiPen out, and I don't even need an EpiPen, but you're going to need to get an EpiPen at that point.
I've gone through that allergy test thing. They put they prick you back with a bunch of stuff and see what you react to. Yeah, been there, done that.
And what are the most basic things people are allergic to before they're 5? It's like strawberries, honey. They're talking all these natural things, that are technically have pollen on them. So it's honey, strawberries, peanuts, or legumes in general.
Milk's another one.
Milk, and then beans. Like legumes fall into the peanuts and everything like that. But like, what was this other one then? There's another one that's like tomatoes, like the nightshade.
Pork is another.
So like
one.
Eggplant. Ooh, see, I never thought about pork.
Yeah, because I
never thought meat.
My wife's allergic to pork, so, and there's a lot of things that can play havoc. But there used to, many years ago, here in Australia, there used to be a thing called the Little Black Book, and I think it was done by a lady, a parent, and she did research, and a lot of the things that we take for granted have a base, are byproducts or are base products for petroleum, come out of petroleum.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
a lot of us don't realize, because some of it's considered food grade that they use to separate something or another. Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't forget, back in the day when they started picking up on this sort of stuff, a lot of kids used to react to when they had red cordial, or they did here anyway.
Same here.
And there was something in the red cordial that would set them off. So
yeah,
we've definitely come a long way in terms of the recognition of allergies and things like that. So it's we sometimes people used to say, "Oh, I like to go live back in the olden days." Well, yeah, no.
When Coke had Coke in it, when what's the other one? When Coke had Coke in it, and when Dr. Pepper was made with real prune juice, that was not that far back, but it was very much right. Yeah. What's the other one? There's another one that's like, if we went back, chocolate. It had something to do with chocolate. Was it chocolate? No, I don't think it was chocolate. Which one was it? It was something else. And I know that Coca-Cola was made with the coca leaves. Yeah. That's why it had natural Coke, the kind that I know Vietnam guys that have come back from the war, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I have one of those plants." And I'm like, "How the hell do you have one of those plants in the United States?" And they're like, "Shh." And I was like, "Still, like, what do you do with it? Like, tell me what you do with it." And they're like, "I'll be having a bad day, and I won't have any, the special mushrooms. I won't have any of that stuff laying around." He goes, "I'll just go in my backyard and I'll take off one of the leaves and I'll just chew it." And I'm like, "What does it do?" I'm just being curious. He's like, "You never?" And I was like, "No, I've never." And he goes, "It just makes your mouth real numb, and then you just get real happy." And I'm like, okay. He's like, "You want to try some?" "No, I'm good." Went in his backyard. He's like, "Look, it's over there." "No, I'm good. I don't even want to look at it crooked. I'm going to stay over here." Because I have an adverse effect. So if it makes you happy, I'm going to end up punching somebody. So I'd rather not. So I'd just rather not. And I tell people that all the time, because what is it? Tylenol 3 is what we call it around here. It's morphine, and they give it to you for high fevers and pain reliever and things like that. I'm deathly afraid of it, making my nose itch just talking about it. Because I can't have anything opium. Like if it's opium derived, I can't have any of it.
The nose itch seems to be a running thing tonight. So
Right? He says dog shit.
car shit.
But is it?
Yeah. It's horse shit. Yeah. I like his.
I wasn't sure if it's a horse because of how small it was. So I'm like, is that a horse?
Yeah, the poo emoji is bigger than the horse.
I know. That's why I was like, I kind of look like it could be a dog. Oh, now I see a whole saddle on it. Nope, that's a horse.
This stream's gone down the toilet now. I'll just start itching my nose, you know.
I definitely feel like, well, I mean, if you think about it, ether was used for depression, for anxiety. What else was there? Tonic, aka gin, was used for mood stabilizers. For people who had manic episodes, it would bring them down and it would calm them.
Yeah.
What's another one that was sarsaparilla, which is now classified as DMT. It's a flower. Which is now classified as a DMT. People who had schizophrenia or mental disorders were given sarsaparilla because it would basically, most people now who say they have oh my gosh, it's a type of disorder and they use MDMA and it actually helps them like communicate. It helps them, like, they don't hallucinate, they don't have any issues. I don't know, I think it's a form of schizophrenia, but the same thing, the DMT has been helping people who have PTSD, and it helps them experience their trauma and physically be in their trauma, but not harm, not physically put themselves in that space, but mentally put them in that space and help them through that trauma. But people telling me, they're like, it was, we talked about it in the last thing, and I was like, it scared me because I do have, I do see things, I do feel things, I do experience things, unlike other people do. And to open that even further, I don't know. I think that I would want to get off. I think I would want to be in a spaceship and send me to the moon because I don't want to be here anymore type of experience. I mean, as far as people who have told me their experience with it, it's a bit scary, I guess.
Yeah, but like a lot of things in controlled situations, and that's what they're doing with a lot of this stuff now. Mm-hmm. It's been studied. I think DMT, even psilocybin, is being studied.
Microdosing,
and like anything, with the correct dosage, yes, it can make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Very much. And again, like you said, in a controlled setting. I have a lot of friends who are like, I did acid, LSD, and I went in the woods and I saw this and I saw that and Smurfs, or I saw glowing mushrooms or things like that. And I'm like, good for you. I can go into a dreamlike state and see those things perfectly fine from my bed. I don't need to be in the woods.
Yeah, some people can, and some people need that outside stimulant, so to speak. I've just been watching. I watched a bit of a documentary that Graham Hancock did, and he talks about how, people who do DMT, if you like ingest it or smoke it, you get this real intense experience that only lasts a short period of time, but for some
seconds.
People, or minutes, and for some people that's just too much. However,
that's what I'm worried about, because a lot of people tell me 3 to 8 seconds is the shortest time, and it'll feel like years have passed. And I'm going, no, I could not do that for 3 minutes. I could not be on a trip for 3 minutes and be gone for like 300 years and be okay with it. No, I don't think. But I don't think that I could.
He talks about the shamans, who would regularly take this stuff, and the brew they make, it would last about 6 hours, so half a day roughly. And that
Why would you
way,
want to come back from that?
well,
Right? That's where my brain goes. Like,
well,
why would I want
he
to come
he
back from that?
he explains that that people with this longer experience, you can understand or interpret things more without, the necessarily high and then back down on the low sort of thing. And
Which
this
is what
is,
I hear a lot about the ashwagandha, the tea, is that you get the not feeling good, the all of that stuff with it, and then you have an experience, and then you again have that not feeling good, vomiting, and all these things, like you're what they consider expelling a lot of negativity and or expelling what your body needs to expel because you no longer have mental control to stop your body from expelling because mentally we don't know. Look at my nose from itching it.
well, that's my
Oh.
fault, because I'm itching, you're itching.
And it's definitely like I said, I I assume that if I were allowed to go into a spaceship and I were allowed to go and see the Earth from the view in which like your photo is, I wouldn't want to come back. Like I would be like, okay, this is everything that I want to now go further. In that mindset, I think that that would be what would worry me because similar to people who use mind altering drugs like LSD and um, psilocybin, you get you get addicted to that not here. You get addicted to that I can be anything, I can go anywhere, I can see anything type mentality. And I think again, like I said, I believe somebody said that earlier today was like, okay, unplugging from the matrix, and that would be my problem. Like, okay, I've seen the world for what it is. Now I don't want to go back. But I do understand the keeping it a level 6 hours and be able to communicate that because I can't wait for technology to get to that point where someone could plug into a DMT machine and you could see their experience that they're having within their brain. That would be amazing to me. But I love the idea of studying the brain, not because I want to watch people trip out on drugs. I want to see how far our brains capable. Like that movie Lucy, that drug, that unlocks parts of your brain that allows you to do more and more things outside of it. By the end of that movie, it's like I don't need to physically be here because I'm energy and energy does this and energy does that. There's the meat sack in which we're walking around the earth in is just keeping us from unlocking our brain and becoming part of the synapses, the synapses being the world itself, as living, breathing entity. And when you look down to it, if you look to our composition of our bodies, every bit of our bodies is where in the earth on which we walk. If you're in an unhealthy environment, your body will become unhealthy. So you can change your environment to make your body healthy. So yeah, it's that part of it scares me, but it also intrigues me all at the same time. Like I would rather watch someone else's experience than experience it myself, not out of fear of, but again, like I'll sign me up, put me on the ship, fly me somewhere, put me in the earth, I'll go on that exploration with you. And I'm extremely claustrophobic, so putting me in a spaceship and or burying me underground is not an option. But I think that if I were to use DMT, I'd sign up for it because I would no longer be afraid of closed and claustrophobic, in that sense, or vertigo for that matter. It'd be like, oh, it's just an experience. Oh, whatever. I'm a little nauseous. Who cares? I get to see, experience all of this craziness.
Yeah,
And
I don't do good on boats and things like that. I've just never been one for
I
that.
mean, this is all coming from an experience of a friend of mine who's extremely rooted in her culture, and she is from Arizona, and she's from a Native American tribe in Arizona. And the day before you turn 18 or 16, your family starts a 48-hour celebration of your life, and you basically go through like a rebirthing, and then at midnight when you turn 16, you ingest the ashwagandha, and it's supposed to be a 12 to 18-hour trip, experience that you're going through, and it's what back in the day would be considered like a walkabout for you guys, but it would be like you go see your medicine man, and then you travel, and you're told to go until your ancestral spirit finds you, and then you will come back with something, and your family will know that you've completed your journey, because you will come back with a story, and only it's part of a story that your family knows, and it's like a whole another chapter of that story. And if it doesn't make sense, then you didn't see the right spirit, and you have to go back out. And some people, it could take 6 months for them to come back with the right part of the story that makes sense to the family, that builds and combines and all this other stuff. And that's what she did. And she said that she only came back with part of the story, and it was because her family left when she was 9. So she was going to have to go back every year until she was probably 19, to really build with the story. And the craziest part was she's this Native American as well as Portuguese. So I can't really tell you because it's hard to explain to you, like not in my native language, what exactly is it that I saw. She said, but I saw the beginning of my family. I saw them coming. I saw them on a boat. I saw them going through Ellis Island. Like, these are the things that my family saw. No one had ever told me. As I'm depicting the story, I have my eyes closed. They're bandaged closed, like literally, like they put this moss-like stuff over their eyes so that their eyes can't open, so that their eyes don't deceive them from the message that's coming to them. And she's depicting a story. And she's turning pages in this book, and she's telling this story as she's turning pages in this book, and she's never seen this book, and what she's touching and what she's telling is the story that's already on these pages. And that's how her family can tell that the story she is telling is coming from her ancestors, not from herself, not from, folklore and being told the same thing over and over and over again. And I was like just enthralled with this, because we as Hawaiians, we do songs and we write books, and it's not necessarily books and in the traditional sense of telling a story where you start from the beginning and then from beginning to end. It's like it's from beginning to now, type books that Hawaiians write, and it's part of our rite of passage as well. So to me it's pretty awesome, I would say, to see how cultures depict doing folklore and keeping their stories alive, and sharing sharing our ancestry through each other, because it's it's Hawaiians believe aloha is hello, goodbye, but it's also like one heart. We all love, and we all care, we all community, things that come around a heart or the hearth of a family community, things like that. So it's pretty crazy though that nature has so much to do with and how far detached a lot of us are from nature.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for you guys to ignore nature where you guys are. You as much as there are people and as large as your continent is, it's hard not to look outside and see kangaroos, and to go another area and see crocodiles, and another area and see what koalas. I don't want to call them drop bears, but koalas, and the crazy birds that try to attack you. You guys are faced with nature. Unlike here, my kids want to go see the nature in some areas. I have to take them to like resorts where they're trying to preserve or bring back. Take my kids to a zoo so they can see. Not necessarily are these animals that are supposed to be in the United States, but for them to see animals in that sense. It's not like I can jump on a boat real quick and go to Africa and show them, lions and tigers and things like that. But I can jump over the hill and go to an exotic endangered species park where they can see quite a bit of them.
Yeah, see, Brad doesn't have to
Okay,
go far, and
wow.
you can like 100 of them. Now, where I've been working near me, about 5 k's away. Yeah, I've seen the ones on the golf course, Brad. Um, um, golfing kangaroos. Yeah, the ones I've seen that were close. There used to be a huge mob of them um, in a couple of workplaces, but of course that's all been built out now with
Mhm.
houses. So unfortunately, we've lost them. Excuse me, lost them through natural attrition, but also I'm sure that they've been hunted, just for the fun of it. And
Mhm.
of course, the building of the houses is going to push them further, into the bushland. So, but there are still places around we can see them, and the same with the
Yeah.
koalas. Um, they are still around in a lot of areas here, which is good. So,
Do you guys have initiatives to replant
yes,
the food for the koalas? And
yeah,
I
but
don't exactly know what kangaroos eat. Are they
oh,
grazers? Do they
kangaroos will eat the grass and other
Mhm.
vegetation.
Okay.
The ones
Similar to deer that we have then,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. The ones that Brad's talking about, they'll more than likely eat the grass on the golf course, or anything else they can get their paws onto. So yeah,
Are they damaging to golf courses like that? Like in the sense of like their feces and I mean large groupings of the feces, or does it help like grow similar to like the elk and the elk and the deer that herd through? They kind of regrow the food they eat by just pooping it as they go, so they kind of have and plus it's illegal to like build fences to like keep them in. They have a migrant path that we have to keep open.
yeah,
Yes, I know that's what I meant. The
yeah,
eucalyptus.
yeah. But there's only certain types.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, the kangaroos don't seem to do much damage from what I've seen. If anything, they probably help, as
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
But
I figured like goats around here, people rent them out so that they'll, keep it down, and
yeah,
they don't necessarily eat it to the point where it's gone. There's still
yeah,
enough of it there where it's ground cover. But I only assumed that in such large hordes of them that they might be detrimental. Um, if they're
yeah.
like you
They,
said, if they're kind of trapped and that's the
if
only eating area that might eat too much, leave some areas bare.
If they have, I suppose, if they could do damage to crops if they have access to crops, because but
Is that more for bedding and like just stomping on them
no,
more or less
probably
than
just
eating them?
eating the
No.
crops. But usually, yeah,
I'm gonna say it. I'm pretty sure you're tired.
yeah. I'm a bit tired, but yeah, they like to sit around and hide. So Peter, yeah, they're better for than sheep and
That's
cattle for the
true.
land.
Yeah.
Soft
I
feed.
only assumed because of big feet they'd be, stomping things down more or
No,
less.
oh, well, I'm sure they do, but not nowhere near as what Peter says as cattle and things like that. So
Yeah, we have mountains where a few maybe this next time we go out of town and it's just me and Ryan, maybe when we stop, there's a few spots where they have cattle ranching up and down the river. It's very much not people are not happy about it because the cows just go in the water and they poo in the water and it causes, you know, fish issues. It causes high algae issues,
yeah,
the
yeah,
pH balance, levels and stuff like that of the river. And then of course it comes down towards us, which ironically the cows will poop in the water when the water gets low. Grass will grow, and then grass causes catching for the fish, causes the fish to choke out. Because of these large areas of grass, which are normally empty pods where they can hide from the water and hide from the eels or hide from the otters or hide from anything. They've had freshwater dolphins up this river before. Um, and again, it's all following the fish. So, um, and they call them freshwater even though they come from the
Oh,
ocean because they can go back and forth, apparently. They're snub nose dolphins. Um, yes, yes, they do that too as well. Um, it's not, it's not good for anything, but you could see the mountain sides, from them walking back and forth. So I know exactly what we mean by that. But again, where the moose the elk come, sorry, not moose, elk, where the elk come through, it's actually lush compared to when the deer come through.
yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Unfortunately, I think we all suffer from invasive species of some type, that have come from somewhere else. Or, well, take the cane toad, for instance. They brought that over here to eat the cane beetle that was eating the sugar cane. But unfortunately, the toad didn't do that, and now they have invaded huge, vast areas, and it's affected the native frog populations and also other things as well.
Well,
So,
they're amphibious, so they could just decide to have babies and have eggs, and the babies are born. They don't
well,
need another spouse. The same thing with fish. They've found that if the fish is a certain age, especially salmon, if it is a certain age, it will actually turn from a female to a male and start, because there hasn't been a male around, and it will go from female to male, and it will start spawning all over the eggs and will create, the next generation. There's another fish, I believe, that does it in the ocean. At a certain age, will just switch sexes and decide when it's going to be a man now, a male fish, and start populating because of overfishing and things like that. So I can only imagine what that toad is doing. We have seasons where people go out and catch 200, 250 fish or frogs and do frog legs, have a big old frog leg cookout. And so we have issues with them, but it's more or less let us come on your property so we can farm these frogs, because your pond, especially on golf courses, your ponds are getting too full and they're starting to become like they are acidic to the grass. They are acidic to the plant life on a golf course. So yeah, it's
yeah,
crazy.
you're absolutely right, Peter. Life will find a way.
What, isn't there an animal that they thought was extinct and then they found them like in a remote area all by themselves and they're like
Oh,
bloomed so much?
yeah. There's been a few, actually. You're
One,
referring to here in Australia or somewhere overseas?
I believe it's an island off of Australia, isn't it? Where like you guys thought that it went extinct and then found an island and it's like covered in all of this animal that I don't
Oh,
know what it was. Maybe it wasn't. I swear it's on the out and around Australia somewhere.
mm, mm. What?
Like there's no way that it could have got there, but it did. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
yeah,
Maybe it's
and that
above you guys.
and that's mm, quite a few species are like that. They think that it's died out, and then suddenly, sooner or later,
Go on the other side of the island. Oh wait,
yeah,
no, they're over here.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But there's also other species too that we haven't discovered yet. Could be new species or something like that. So, what
That is pretty
time?
crazy.
It must be like 6 o'clock in the morning for you, Mrs.
It
Austin.
is 5:09 for me.
5 o'clock. Yeah.
Yep. But I figured you're getting tired.
Yeah,
We've almost
yeah.
hit
Look,
3:30. They
we,
said you wouldn't make it to 3, so we are definitely crazy.
we've blasted past the 3 hours. So imagine if we
And
hadn't
we've got
noticed
seven watching,
Pantodes
7
and
people
turned them
watching.
into like cash for can system, 50 cents. Yeah, absolutely right, Brad. Yeah, absolutely right, man. Wouldn't that make a difference? Because they were It's like the what's that fish? The goldfish, the carp.
Hmm.
They would actually have go to some of the tributaries here and do carp busting, and
Hmm.
you know they did make a difference, but it's so prolific that I don't know.
Those are the ones that, like, as you're in the boat, they fly at your face, right? That's the
Um,
carp ones.
I don't know. I don't know. But goldfish,
European carp, yeah.
European carp. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, yeah. So I reckon we're going to leave it at that. We've gone 3.5 hours, and this is way more than what I thought that I would actually go tonight. I had no idea. Um, everyone's chiming in their times. I'm going to have to make a bunch of people moderators next time I go live.
Get some
Um,
pop-ups.
well, look, we haven't had any problems. The other thing I've done, I've turned on the subscriber only mode. So if you're not a subscriber, you just can't come in and make a comment. Gee, that's probably one thing you want to do is put subscriber only mode on, and the minimum amount. If you're a subscriber, if you're a new subscriber, you have to wait 5 minutes is the minimum. Other channels that I've been on, it's been like 10 minutes or something before you can actually make a comment. So you just can't go in there and, do say get porn bombed or get
Yeah.
some lunatic come in and, write some rubbish that's just gibberish like we've had on G's stream before. So there's a number of different ways. Um, so I just, it's um, no, so
I think I know what you're talking about. Those European carps that get like 10 feet long.
yeah, yeah,
No, I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
They're like giant koi fish, is what they
yeah,
look like because they're so stinking big. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's what those
Boom.
goldfish are.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
The big-eyed goldfish. I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
I'm thinking to myself like the little itty bitty can the cracker goldfish. I'm like, no, but I know what you're talking about now. The big bulgy eye one.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Well, I'm glad I was. I'm glad you welcomed me up here. I love the Nothing
I,
Show. I say that every time I watch your replays, and I love it every time I come up here. It really is a holy crap. We talk about everything and nothing at the same time.
No,
I love it.
I appreciate you coming on, Miss Olsen, and I didn't expect you to come on. You said you were going to lie down before and take a rest and all that sort of stuff. So look,
I drank some coffee. I played some games with my friends, and I was like, you know what? I'm awake. I want to jump on and say hi. I do like I said, I do miss it when I don't jump in with you guys at least once a week and chit chat. I mean, we always talk in the chat, but it's different when we're up here and we're chatting away and having a good time. So
yeah, well,
yes,
maybe
and
I
watch
should
out.
read. Yeah, Roger, thank you very much. It certainly does make the watch hours go up. I've been a bit slack lately, and I definitely need to do a few more. And I'll, you know, the other thing that's happened here, we've upgraded the internet connection. So we got fiber to the node or something, fiber to the house,
Hmm.
whatever it is. So we get like 100.
Is that going out to the shed, or is it just stronger now? It'll reach the shed
Well,
better.
no. So we're on the faster plan here, so we'll get like 100
Hmm.
megabytes down and about
Nice.
18 up. Um, yeah, you're absolutely right, Peter. Spam is when you know your
Yeah.
channel's working
Yep.
right. Yeah.
Yep. When
Um,
it's reaching them.
yeah. So, but the other thing we're doing, we're hardwiring the internet up to my wife's new shed and the new shed up the back. We're not going to rely
Nice.
on Wi-Fi
Nice.
because it's just not good enough. Because back in the early days when I used to try and do Wi-Fi from the shed, it'd work
Hmm.
fine sometimes, and then it would drop out and carry on. So hardwire all the way. It's the only way to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
If I had a cord long enough, I probably would hardwire my my laptop.
Yeah.
But we're not having as much pull on it these days. No more video game consoles in the house going 24 hours, so not really having to spread it out.
Yeah.
But we have a tether box, our Wi-Fi router box. I can prioritize things, so there can be 300 things hooked up to our thing, but I can prioritize 5 of them, and
Yeah.
most of them will have issues. The further down you get into the numbers, but the first 5 are always going to be the ones that we use all the
Yeah.
time. So,
Well,
but it's nice. It's nice to be able to hardwire it in.
yeah.
Because, like you said, you don't have to worry about any type of interruption.
The proof is in the pudding.
Mm.
That's yet to come, and it's just, but that's the plan anyway. So
I'm still super excited.
Yeah.
Can't wait for all the show me stuff that you're going to do,
Oh,
the DIY stuff you're going to do. And
I'm probably going to overdo it at first, and then I'm going to have to hold myself back because I know I will overdo it. And
you heard that video. You make 10 videos and you only post 1. And then you have 9 things to post when you're not up to doing something. You got 9 things to post later on. And you can always change the settings, and you can do this or you can do that with it. You can make it shorter. You can make a clip out of it.
Yeah.
And share the clip to your community page and put that up, an hour later, and you'll still have, it'll still shove you in the algorithm somewhere. And the more you're shoved into the algorithm, the better. So
yeah, absolutely right, Cody. It's the only way to go, mate. It's just guaranteed all the way. Well, gee, maybe if you come up here, we might go 4 hours. It's only another 25.
Tag me out. We stopped itching our nose and now we're yawning.
Yeah. No. Here we go. Look, I'll do it once more. There it is. You've been here that long, G, you might as well jump on and say hello. Show everyone what you look like.
I'm excited about I'll give
you the itchy nose test as well, hey? It's just
I'm excited about Oh wow.
Oh, geez, Pete. Yeah. Well, if it works, Pete, if it works for you, that's great. But
remember, you can always do video and no audio and do voiceover or be in the chat when it's playing and save your data for one or the other.
Yeah. I thought he may be busy, but I thought here we go. All right. I thought First Floor Audio might come on and say hello, but the other person who's going to say hello is the one and only Funkin' Hungry. Gee, the man. Welcome.
Oh, I like this. Wait. Okay, now I'm the same size as everybody else. Oh, my chair's too low.
Just unlimited data, just slower.
Sounds like a
band. Okay, now I'm the same size as everybody else. My nose is on.
Hang on, here we go. I'll put the headset on. Here we go. Have I got it now?
Oh,
there we go.
I don't have my headphones. They broke. And my kids stole the other ones. I can just look here.
I thought let's make sure I've got everything right here. Oh yeah, righto. I thought you were referring to what Peter said, unlimited data, just slower. I thought that was the new name of a new band.
No.
How you doing tonight, G? Thanks for coming up. Thanks for being in the chat and supporting what we're doing here.
That's good. I've been listening. I was going to jump up a couple of times, but didn't in the end. I've been painting this little man.
Cool. How's that going?
Yeah, lots of green, lots of different greens. A little bit of
so is the red thing so that you can hold it and paint it?
Paint handle.
That's cool. See, I know nothing about painting figurines. That's awesome. That's super cool. Like I would not think, hey, yeah.
Yeah, because if you
in my
put your
brain,
fingers over it,
you were holding it very delicately and then painting it in
you
my brain.
can, but yeah, sometimes I don't use them. But when I want to do a good job, I do. And the oils in your fingers, if you touch it, can rub some of the paint off.
Oh yeah, yeah. And plus, it gives you better grip. You're probably not as shaky while you're doing it. You can hold it more comfortably.
So yeah, it's definitely annoying when you put hours into stuff and some paint peels off.
Oh, it just
It's hard
whole
I'll
to.
thing
move myself
peels
over
off.
here. There we go.
That's
Not like loads, but like little bits will smudge off, and when you
yeah,
build
because
up
weird things
layers,
that
you know, like it won't look exactly the same. I mean, you can eventually clean it up, but
yeah. This isn't
kind of
my
annoys
extent
you.
of painting. Gee, this is my extent of painting.
Yeah,
As flat as you can possibly be. Like the whole texturing thing. That's I'm a perfectionist, so I would just drive myself completely nuts, bonkers.
yeah. I mean, when little issues like the paint coming off, it kind of puts me off the whole project. Really, even if I've spent 30, 40 hours on it or whatever, it kind of just ruins it a little bit for me. But yeah,
Yeah. Is that Coolio on your shirt?
no, it's ODB
Because I almost started singing. It's so
It's who
from
is it?
too hot,
Old Dirty
baby.
Bastard.
Yeah, DOB.
Oh, don't forget. No,
ODB.
no singing. Don't forget. Don't sing.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I was singing the complete wrong words to the song anyway.
He's he's from Wu-Tang Clan.
Yes,
Yeah, no worries, Roger.
he was actually one of the first to pass away. Was he not?
Yeah, he's the only one that's passed away out of all of Wu-Tang Clan.
Did
Oh
he?
yeah, because the other one just fell off. The other one didn't pass away. I remember.
A lot of these rappers do they either kill themselves or overdose, or somebody else kills them because they're
Yeah, Old
so
Dirty
popular?
had drug issues, but yeah, he had a pretty hard life considering, you know, like a lot of them had pretty hard lives, I guess, because a lot of them are
Yeah,
from the slums or whatever,
yeah, yeah.
and at least for Wu-Tang.
I'm gonna find that picture and send it in the chat. Killer Priest and my friend who does rapping,
Yeah,
and that we got to hang out. So it was me, him, and Ryan and my friend taking a picture together. And then the funny part is my friend walked out of the place that we were all hanging out at. He walks out after I've left and goes, "Oh my gosh, I just realized who you are." And I started laughing. I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, I just realized who you are." And he's like, "Have a good night," telling me bye and everything. And then his wife messages me like 2 months later and goes, "He just realized who you are, like realized who you are. Not just like that you've been talking to us on social media and everything else like that. Like he now knows that you're best friends with his cousin and that you've seen him rap multiple times as a teenager." And I'm like, "Yeah, like I I listened to you rap Wu-Tang when I was 14 in your
yeah.
cousin's garage with his friend who he still raps with to this day." So
Well, there we go. Pete reckons YouTube's algorithm can't detect if you're singing off key.
off
Well,
key. Okay.
I
I just sing the
can't.
wrong words.
I can't sing, so I
I
just.
can't sing, but I can talk off key. Mhm. That's my talent.
it's a Peter. It's a bit of a internal joke between us because we used to be involved with a channel, and this person did not like anyone singing, or we used to change names. They didn't like that. There's a lot of things that they just,
The
yeah.
C word.
Well, not.
Weren't
Oh,
even allowed to say the C word.
couldn't we?
No. He would get very mad if we said the C word.
Really?
Cucumber.
Mm-hmm. Like if we said the C word, he was going to get one. He was going to get a strike. So he was like, "Don't even say the C word."
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was laughing.
He basically
I was
wasn't
like,
allowed
he's
to
going to
do.
say it.
He wasn't allowed to do much.
Well, we couldn't even
Sit
play.
there and look pretty.
We couldn't play news clips either, could we?
Mm-mm.
I'll just I think I'll just start up a new channel and call it nose itching. See how many followers I get. Just I should do, shouldn't I? Nose itching.
Unidentified noise. I think that it was a dig at me, to tell you the truth, because I do sing, and I can kind of sing anything. So I think it was just a no. The C word has a different meaning everywhere, but that's what we were told. The C word. We weren't allowed to say the C word. So yeah, that's why I think it's funny, because I think he was a C word, and that was the reason why we weren't allowed to do a lot of things. So
In with my situation, in terms of if you're on a steam engine, right, and I can show it to you in the old steam books, the literature. A tap was commonly referred to as a cock. It was a steam cock, a waterway cock, and it wasn't anything vulgar. Yeah. This one guy was so.
Oh, he got the C word.
Yeah, copyright. If if go and turn the blowdown cock off or the blower cock off or something like that, or valve. It was just the terminology at the time. Like in a steam locomotive, right? And even on my steamroller, I have a forward reversing lever. But back in the day, and it's in the literature, it was known as the Johnson bar. And you know what a Johnson bar is, Miss Austin?
Yeah, I know what a Johnson.
It's a common term, how we interpret, these days, how we interpret something, like language changes all the time.
Yeah, but we Americans, like, you tell a kid a John Hancock and they go, no, that's not what it is. Oh my gosh. Please tell me you know the president. Please tell me you know the president. Please tell me you know who signed the Declaration of Independence. Please stop talking before I smack you.
Yeah.
That's one of the things you have to know to be an immigrant to come to the United States. The people, the names, the end signing order. And no, John Hancock was not the largest, but it seems like it, and that's what we've been told our whole lives. But immigrants know that it's a lie. We as Americans who go to regular school, yes, and a fag is a stick or a cigarette, yes.
Yeah.
But
growing
up
in the
terms. Yeah.
Well, growing up banned on Facebook, you have to call someone a British cigarette word for cigarette.
Yeah.
No, growing up in the 70s, you were having a fag. You were having a smoke.
Yeah.
That's what it was,
These days you have to go on FetLife on that sort of stuff.
And you could buy packets of fags. They were lollies for kids that looked like cigarettes.
I remember we used to have them all the time. Where we like the ones they quit selling within years of having them out. That if you blew on them, that it looked like smoke coming out.
Yeah, that has that.
So we would take photos with ourselves.
Powdery stuff.
Yeah, to keep it from breaking.
It seemed like talcum powder, and it kind of tastes like what you'd imagine
talcum
powder to as well. They didn't have the very good taste. I needed
Tums.
And you felt cold flinging them around in your fingers, like
I needed Tums earlier, antacids. I told Ray to give me some Tums, and I told him don't give me the chalk ones because of those damn cigarettes when I was a kid, because we would get them so much, because they would come in like a 10-pack, and there were 5 in a pack, so we'd get 10 of them, and there were only like 3 or 4 of us, so we'd all get like 2 or 3 packs of them, and probably get them 4 or 5 times a year, with the holidays. They'd all be, Halloween candy, dressed up Halloween, or Easter. I remember Easter getting them. Yeah, no. What was the other thing? That was a candy that had that. Oh my gosh, I can't remember what they're called. They're little flat discs. They were like after dinner mints, but flat. They were like,
we used to have.
They were a disc.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Nabisco discs, and they were like chocolate flavored or like the blue one was like toothpaste. The pink one was like cough syrup because it was cherry. Yeah, yeah. They were.
Well, we
It
had
looks like Mark's ready for TikTok.
yeah, I'm getting ready. Yeah,
This is the view.
we had chocolate buttons. We'd had like a swirl on top, but you'd also get a milk one as well, or milk
Oh,
duds.
well, I had
they used to call
the
them.
other day. That was awesome. Remember Freckles?
Yeah,
It's like
yep,
the chocolate butter, and it has like the
Yeah.
hundreds of
hundreds of
thousands.
thousands. Yep.
Had that, and don't know why it was just really good. I guess it's just when you don't have stuff for like
Do
10
they still
years,
have them where
20
they're
years or
stuck to the
whatever.
plastic? Like you have to eat them off the plastic
These
sheet?
these ones were with other stuff, so it was like
Oh, okay.
all stuff thrown together, and yeah, you got a couple. I had a couple of them, and
Because I always thought they were
pretty
called
good.
freckles because they were stuck to that plastic sheet,
No.
Freckles because
like
of
freckles
the
on your
hundreds
face.
of thousands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. It's almost Easter, so everybody's looking forward to the.
I went through one of
It's
the
the
little
candy.
shopping catalogs, and yeah, it's got Easter eggs and stuff in there, obviously already.
Uh,
Just to get
I'm
you ready.
Weren't they out on Boxing Day?
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cadbury.
well, it's like when at the end of October, went to the shops, and after the Halloween stuff starts disappearing, there's bringing in the Christmas stuff, and it's like
Yep.
8 weeks or more away.
I thought the Christmas stuff was out before Halloween.
Probably is.
Here it was.
But they start making room for it. You see, like the transition. You see, they're starting.
Oh
to
yeah, Christmas stuff
Halloween.
went out and Valentine's stuff was already out. Yeah.
And if anyone complains, they say the big chains say, "Oh yeah, the customers want it."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll tell you Christmas candy sells in November more than it does because you're getting together for Thanksgiving anyway. So everyone just buys all the same Christmas candy and Thanksgiving around here. And the same thing with Valentine's candy. You're talking the cordon cherry, the Cordell cherry, and the I've shown them to you guys before. It's like the cherry inside the chocolate with like white cream, and it's like a cherry out of a jar in white cream, so it's like vanilla cream, and then it's dipped in chocolate. They call them cordial cherry. I don't know what they're called, but now they have like mint flavored ones. They have cherry flavored. They have a vanilla flavored. They have a caramel flavored. And I'm like, y'all are crazy. I just give me the dark chocolate ones. Come on, give me the dark chocolate ones, because they now make dark chocolate ones. I'm like buying because they're like two flats. There's like 5 in each little plastic flat, and comes 2 stacked, and they're like $1. So I go to the dollar store and I'll buy like 20 packs of them because they're my favorite. But yeah, no, that's a Christmas, Easter type thing. And I know that Valentine's is over, so I'm sure once I go in the store, there'll be Easter egg stuff in there already. And of course, my favorite thing around Easter is Reese's Pieces, the Reese's Pieces, the they're like peanut butter M&Ms, basically. That's what they taste like.
Reese's Pieces are awesome. I love in the movie Paul. And he's like, "You want anything like from the Reese's Pieces?" Yes. He just hangs out the window and screams it when they're trying to be inconspicuous. They got an alien with them. Reese's Pieces.
So what about what about the Australia Day fiasco, Peter?
I definitely means like the survival day. How you've got one side that wants wants to celebrate it one way. I kind of did touch on it, I believe, on a live stream around Australia Day, but didn't go into detail. Just people can celebrate or look at that day as they want.
Yep.
They can.
That's how I feel about
really. There's going to be there's conflict. There's going to be conflict, but as long as people kind of getting together and celebrating and kind of in their own way, but not really interfering with others.
While I think of it, Mrs. Austin, do you get Sci-Fi Channel at all?
Yes. Well, I can watch certain shows from Sci-Fi. Yes.
Right.
It used to be my favorite channel as a kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, only because I had Firefly on it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like, still to
I-
this day, we'll rewatch that series every time it reopens on Sci-Fi.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah. Well, the more recent show that I'm really interested in is Resident Alien, and
I
Mhm.
saw that. Has that
season,
got another season, doesn't it?
yeah, season 3 has just been launched in America. I think last Wednesday is
I'll
I
and
do
have
have
to get
access
into
to
it.
that.
I saw that they had another season, and I added it to my watch list. But the watch list sometimes you kind of you have to scroll through the watch list and try and like siphon out what
I
you
hate
put in there.
that
But
once you've watched it already. My watch list is like 10 times longer than my actual watch list. And
yeah,
Brian says all the time, like, why is it that long? I was like, because I want to watch that movie, but I need to be in the headspace to watch this movie. So it's just on
like
the
I want to
list.
watch
So when I want to watch it.
it's like I want to watch the new Saw film, but of course I have to go through and like refresh myself. But I know some of those films, like a lot of series, they start getting a bit crap in the middle. Like
so
when the
I'm
new
worried that I'm
Halloween
going to
came
start
out.
watching some of them. And I've already heard so many variations from so many people, or recaps from so many people. Because I have a tendency to go on YouTube and check reviews prior to even putting myself into a movie or a series, because I don't want to get
Yeah.
halfway through and be like, okay, no. Like you went from a really strong storyline to now it's all about drama and dating and this or that. And I'm
Oh
done.
yeah,
I'm not
a lot
here
of
for that. I'm
series get
here for
like
the storyline. Yeah.
so
Well, because they run out of story. They
unfortunately.
have to fill it in with something.
on I think it's what have we got? Is it Paramount or one of the two? I'm watching Halo.
Okay, yeah.
New season of Halo's just come out. That's getting good. And the end of this month, here in Australia on Netflix, will be F1 Drive to Survive. I'm looking forward to
So
that.
we have that, and Ryan watches that, and he accidentally got me stuck watching it, and now he's not allowed to watch it without me because I have so many questions that if I watch it by myself, I'm like, we'll pause it and I will call him while he's at work. Okay, so you already watched this without me. You need to tell me what happens, because if they don't tell me what happens before the season, I'm done watching it right here and now. And he goes, no, they will tell you what happens. I was like, okay, fine. And I'll hang up and I'll go back to watching it. But I used to be obsessed with F1 racing only because my grandpa was obsessed with it. Because he's like, it's not NASCAR. It's not driving in circles. Like you have actually like mentally lock yourself in this little box and make these turns and trips and do all this stuff and hold your pee and do this and do that. And I'm like, I couldn't sit in a box and get shaken like this just to get used to being shaken once, because your body cannot respond. Your body cannot react. You literally just have to sit there, and as your body's shaking, you just have to be like, and I'm like, no, I would be like, poo, like I'm done. Like, let me out.
But so if for anyone who hasn't watched it, F1 Drive to Survive on Netflix is fantastic. It really got me hooked, and it's got a lot more people hooked into Formula One.
And talk about drama. They are prima donnas. They are so prima donnas. Some of them, the other guys are like, I'm just here for the ride, man. I'm just here for the ride. Like total Matthew McConaughey mentality about racing. And then these other ones are like, no, I have to have this and I have to have that. And I'm like, oh, like, beat that guy. Beat that guy. That guy doesn't need to win. Beat that guy.
Well, have you heard the news about team principal for Haas? I think it's the Italian guy, but he sounds German to me. Gunther.
Yeah, Ryan was telling me. He's like, babe, you're gonna like it.
Yeah, he's not with Haas anymore. He's been and
that they did it kind of incognito, and because they knew that if they did it out loud and that they didn't make sure that he was good and happy where he was gonna be, that he was gonna make a big stink about it, and that they might not do season 3 because of him. And I went, oh, no way! Like that's bullshit. All those other racers because of this one asshole. Yeah. I don't like him that much. He's supposed to be the best and like the upcoming, and like he's gonna blow everybody out of the water. And he's, like I said, the prima donna. That's who I was making fun of right now. Was that one guy you're talking about?
Has Ryan seen a guy by the name of Connor Moore? He's
I don't know.
he's an English guy that started doing send-ups or impersonations of the races, and he does their voices really well.
No, but I will have to. I'll write it down so I
Yeah,
can tell him.
Connor Moore Racing.
Connor Moore.
Connor Moore.
Ryan watches. Ryan, we were talking about buying cars earlier, and we're talking about boats, and we're talking about buying buses. He walked over to me and said, "You'd kill me," but he showed me a race car that he could buy with half of the money we have to buy a bus, and was like, "Look, babe, I could buy a race car." And I'm like, "No, you don't need a race car."
So,
and again, this is a NASCAR style, that goes in circles. And I'm like, "No, you don't need a race car." But Ryan's obsessed with watching this 18-year-old kid that drives go-karts, like competition go-karts. And he's gone from the go-karts to the sprinters now. So his little sister drives the go-karts, but the kid lives like 5 hours from us and he travels by us all the time. And like Ryan will know that he's going to be in that area. See, it's not Coolio, but no, shush. But he's like, "Babe, we should jump over the hill. We should go to the races." And I'm like, "We're not going to the races so you can meet some 18-year-old kid because you've been watching him on YouTube for 5 years. Knock it off." But yeah, Ryan loves racing. Everything in there.
So
to do
I'll just share a video of this guy, and he does a really good impersonation of Carlos Sainz. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, Brad, I suppose. Well, I was going to end it, and I better take that ticker off because.
Hey, no, you could leave it.
Thanks for watching. That's all right. I basically did end the stream once I came on, and it just went downhill, and everyone left.
Oh, we're down to 5 people now.
No, it's because I'm not watching either. That's why. So you're technically only down.
It's all right.
Oh no, my phone's gonna die.
Here we go. I'll share this. Hopefully you'll get a laugh out of it. Those into F1 will probably. I'll have to go full screen. Here we go.
So this year, our strategy will be not to anything up, okay?
I like that strategy. I feel though we also have to be quick.
Of course. Carlos?
What? This is a little bit awkward for me, okay?
Carlos, you have to be professional.
Yes, okay, but does he have to be here?
Look, guys, just pretend I'm not here, okay?
I cannot believe you are switching me for him. I mean, the guy's ancient. What are you, 62?
39, actually, but who's counting?
I am ambitious, I am young, I am schmood, I am better than him.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Can you sing?
I'm a smooth operator, smooth operator, smooth operator.
That is very good.
Grateful operator.
He hits the right notes. That is kind of beautiful.
Sorry guys, that's my phone. Hello, Toto?
No, this is not right!
Give me that phone.
Who is this?
Toto, my name is Carlos Sainz. I'd like to be a driver with Mercedes.
Oh God, he's gonna get a hoot out of that one for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious. Where'd he go? Oh,
no, there he is.
He's trying to disappear on us. Oh my gosh, that was
Turn off
hilarious.
the camera and I disappeared. Doesn't even want the avatar there.
Did I turn it off, or did you turn it off?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's the new feature. You know, if you
Yeah,
turn the camera off,
it disappeared. I disappeared too. Yeah.
Oh, righto. So, that's right. Yeah, it is too. That's right. Yeah. Yep, we're back again. Anyway, yeah. Look, guys, I'm going to end it. It's been fun. I appreciate you being here.
It's nice to jump on and catch us in the end.
Yeah. No, it's great. I'll think I'll leave it here because otherwise I'm going to go crazy. I appreciate you guys coming on, giving me support in the background, and it's been fun, and hopefully we can do this again sometime soon. So good night, everyone. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you next time. Peace.
Good night.